Welcome to the dying days of Mario Maker 1 on live servers before Wii U and 3DS online services go down in 5 days. Since we're coming to the close of this game in its current form, we are spending much of this last week looking at a lot of recommended levels, some of them from various recommendation lists that have been sent to me from other people, and occasionally following some other leads from some other ones that have been mentioned to me in person as well. So we're going to begin with Coinmaker's Castle, which is a level by Jordan, who previously contributed to 1 and 2 YMM, as well as SGDQ and a more or less occasional Kaizo maker so far as I understand it, although I've only previously played his YMM contributions, which included the Spooky Ghost Sandwich level for 2 YMM, which I thought was quite memorable. Coinmaker's Castle is something that's possibly on the harder side, judging by the 0.57% clear rate, for a level in early 2017. Again, this one came personally recommended. I guess we'll find out why. Let's take a look. Okay, so well, we have to sneak a little faster than that, obviously. I think we just hold right into it and just try to sneak in. And then we kind of hold right and fall in, and then jump above and then back down, perhaps? Yeah, we lower it, come above, and then go back down as the blasters are sinking. That's got to be it. You'd think so. Because, what else could it be? Oh no, you just need to do a really big jump and then fall in, I think. That'll be tricky. Because... yeah, you need to fall in just as the blasters are coming down, so perhaps we jump at the last moment. We'll figure out how it works. That cat, welcome. And yeah, you jump at the last moment, that's what it is. Because you do need the blasters to be going down at full speed in order to make it to the next jump. And we'll be a little more careful on the way down there. Glad you brought the popcorn today, Nat Cat. We might need lots of it, depending on how some of these go. Sneak over, and down, and then at that point, we go up, but we need to find a better timing for that. So, just need to learn the timings, one obstacle at a time, to really catch them at the opportune moment. And let's not go too high there. Obviously, a little bit of a dash in that platform actually will help us get upstairs a little quicker than we've been doing. Yeah, just need to fall in like this. And then I think we just dash in. And then probably drop each platform one at a time. And then we want to head up to where the coin is marked without running into the muncher, of course. This is by Jordan. Jordan, who contributed to many community projects, was a part of 1 and 2 YMM, was also part of GDQ, and had a fairly long-running Kaizo series on his profile as well. I'm not too familiar with his work outside of the YMM levels. I also don't know if it's a user who's better known by another name. I'd have to look that up. Probably on the 2YMM site. Because, you know, a lot of people sort of went with first name handles in there. Make a 1 account. Lower this, and then, oh, let's go quickly, and then there we go. Gentle blind read. And then, here, I think we actually need to slip over this way a little bit better. And We'll see how we do. Yeah, just need to control that jump a lot better than we've been doing. And we'll make it over slowly. And yeah, nice controlled jumps, possibly even spins at some point. But we'll get there. In the end, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we should do a nice slow spin on this, but I'm still not quite sure about that timing. So yeah, let's just try to bounce over. Nice and short, and then this one, you'll have to make it over demuncher to the other side, I think, as it's descending. And not that high, of course, the ceiling is a bit of a restriction. So you do need to find some good, decisive timings. All over the place in this level as things are getting a bit low. We'll back up out of that as well. The classic Mario Maker levels, more or less, perhaps. Yeah, a number of people who have been active since Mario Maker 1 have been sending me some recommendation lists. We've just been seeing what that's been capable of. Today we've been proceeding to some harder content than what we've seen so far. I think this one might give you just enough room to sneak under. Good. This looks like a reset door in case of that thwomp falling, just to avoid locks. Or is it? Oh, it goes all the way over here. Why would that do that? Why would these be matched? Because you go up to that coin. I wonder why that is. Because you hit the POW. Oh, possibly, yeah, you need the spinies to start walking. I wonder why this just lets you skip over here, instead of really having to deal with this middle obstacle here. I wonder... Oh, because the one-way panel, this just lets you scout. Okay, I didn't even see the one-way panel. Okay, that makes sense. So, it's a scouting door and one that lets you go over here to... Oh, sneak in, and yeah, we would actually need to lower the thwomp with slightly better timing after attempting to lower the donut. And Mario, welcome. Just, yeah, 5 or 6 days, depending on the exact shutdown time in a time zone. I'm just going to choose to be pessimistic about that. I still need to download a whole whack of levels that are personal favorites onto my Wii U locally. I'm encouraged by what I hear about preservation going forward. Natcat, have I played Curse of the Golden Flower? Actually, I opened my previous stream a few days ago with Curse of the Golden Flower. That was the first level I played when I started going through singles like this over the weekend. A Link in Time, welcome. A Link in Time, I do have your level codes on deck if you're able to stay a little later today. I mean, I do have them ready. We've been having some people come in and, as viewers who talked to me previously, we've been playing through a few sets and interspersing them throughout, so... Alright, let's lower this if we can. I don't quite like that timing. I kind of feel like we had to lower the thwomp twice, like lower the donut block once, lower it again. It's a difficult timing to catch here. So yeah, you're still hanging around. I'd be quite happy to play some of yours that you've been suggesting after this level. Anyway, as I was telling on Mario, I'm quite encouraged by what I've been hearing about the preservation efforts from the people working on the Pretendo network. So it's actually felt like a little less time pressure on this game because of it, just because if we mod the Wii U eventually. Perhaps it'll be a long-term solution. Not as convenient for the layperson player, though. So. Oh, whoops. Too high. As far as I can tell from the Pretendo people, they're actually trying to build some other services like a bookmark site replacement as well. You're still packing 12 Wii U profiles with 120 levels downloaded each just in case. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about starting additional profiles for that purpose, and maybe I should have. I hadn't even thought about doing that. Because it's kind of true that that might be the best way going forward. Need to create a whole bunch of Miis to do it. I don't need to be as picky or selective about downloads, perhaps, if I'm doing that. Okay, there we go. Now we ride. To the left and to the right. To the left and to the right. And then over. And then Chomp is going to bounce all over the place and we're going to slip. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about the core spot downloads being 1 per me. Or like one set of 120 per me. Because I've only ever had sole ownership over my current Wii U. I used to share one. And then I got my own afterwards. And that was before Mario Maker came out. But that's a very good point, A Link in Time, because, you know, people have been concerned about being picky. Yeah, this is by Jordan. I don't know if you're familiar with Jordan. He was part of a good number of different community projects, was active in the Kaizo scene with GDQ, with YMM. And this level specifically just came personally recommended. So. It's from early 2017. Yeah, I'm only really personally familiar with his YMM levels previously, but I did take a look at what else I'd played of him on this profile. Oh, no, that's okay. Actually, staying on the left is perfectly fine. We don't want to board the right side right away. Okay, let's not slip off the Chomp. And let's aim that a little bit better. And, oops. Yeah, we've been catching up on some really very good content, and I still have lots of other recommendations to get through at varying levels of difficulty. Okay, let's do this. And this. Yeah, let's lower this guy again. Gonna nudge the block. Gonna be really quick about this. There we go. Usually it takes me a few tries. Let's hang left. Walk it over. And then, oh, that was a little bit off. Yeah, we just really need to aim decisively for the column on the right of the poster. Are the recommendations posted on the Discord? Some of them are. This one I think actually came from Gilmore's list. Although he posted a totally, well, not a totally different list, but a slightly different list on a different Discord as well. So, but this is one of the ones I got from Gilmore, I think. And I wish I'd found some more time to feature Gilmore's own levels as well, because we've played pretty much his whole profile in 2, and he's a very accomplished maker in his own right. I think it was too modest to offer anything of his own in one, though. Yeah, there are a couple of people I didn't really have time to see as I'd wished. Because I was hoping to make time for doing a few more makers completely, but given that time is crunched, we probably shouldn't be spending as much time seeing people's earliest and most experimental works at this point. Maybe someday, if the Pretendo people deliver as planned. Oh. And if we hit the POW here, that's going to drop the muncher in the top right, which is going to lower the next column that we go to, just as the current blaster we're riding on is sinking. And a link in time, you're playing your 30-second profile. Yeah. I got through 20-something, I think, since January, and some of them were quite large. Because, yeah, a few of them took me a full week to get through. I think Megator took me about a week, Glacum definitely took me a week. Tetrateryx took me about a week, if only for a less than 20 levels, I think, just because his puzzles are so large scale. And that was kind of expected. I mean, you would have to make time for some of these people, but even so, there were a lot of profiles that I wish I'd also made time for in the end. And I know a link in time that you had also said that you had just finished completing the Mystery Mushroom collection with 100-Man Super Expert, so... And yeah, it seemed like... I mean, I hadn't really been keeping up with everything that you've been playing necessarily, but it seemed like there was very little overlap between what you covered and what we covered here, which is kind of interesting in that we, as players and viewers on Twitch, had vastly different experiences to show off the breadth of the game. I mean, that's a neat thing about seeing so many people get back into Maker 1, is that with people doing their own flavor of farewell content. It's really shown off this remarkable breadth to the game, where, you know, some people are kind of running Barb and Pango one last time, some people are just mostly focusing on 100 Men. You have a couple of people still trimming, of course. Why, thank you, Thwomp. I guess we'll go up this way. It's very well put together. Let's check 1, 2. And we need to not get squished. Oh, we need to get on the platform on our way up. Yeah, of course. You only overlapped with MK8. Yeah, MK8 was a fun one, for sure. Especially because he also did the sort of finale summation of his own career. Yeah, I was hoping to get to Atlantis, actually, among some of the easier profiles, and I might still only see a bit of him. Atlantis does come by to stream every now and then, and we're quite fond of his work in Maker 2. I actually didn't know, Netcat, that MK8 had a profile in Maker 2. I don't think I'd seen his Maker 2 creations at all, to be honest. That'll be interesting, because MK8's creations in Maker 1 are so Mystery Mushroom focused in a way. He was one of the most thematic makers that was seen over here in this game, so... Yeah, I'm just completely unaware of his Maker 2 output, I believe. Maybe I played some of it and I just don't remember. But... This is such a big community that, you know, sometimes you see totally different content just depending on which time of day you're active. This looks like it should be a spin. No, it can't be. No, we can't reach that with a spin. Oh, that's correct. We just need to not slip off as we go for the feather. Mystery mushroom and music, yeah. It's sort of interesting to see how people use different forms of music looping tech in Maker 1 when it was technically much more limited. Oh, whoops. But yeah, I do a lot of puzzle content in Maker 2, and certainly I wish I'd made a bit more time for that in Maker 1 as well. But now that you mentioned the possibility of just opening up more profiles on a Wii U, then maybe I can grab some more puzzle sets. Okay, now we have to float through this bit here and be rather quick over here and without falling to the left. Just keep in mind how slow the Wii U OS is for downloading. Yeah, I kind of had to make the time to do it. Hope servers don't go down in the meantime. The thing is, you know, with the very limited amount of time I've had in terms of being able to get on my Wii U at all, I've of course just been spending all of that time playing if I can. And I do really need to take a day to just grab things. To what extent I'll be playing them, I don't really know, because, you know, I do want to hoard a lot of old favorites. That'll be largely the priority. You want to get to 10K VR in Mario Kart 7? Okay, that's your other online goal. And here we go. And up. Oh, whoops, no, that was a mistake. I did not mean to spin there. I was just trying to do a bit of a height check there. Yeah, there are a lot of things from an unlockables perspective that I've accepted just will not happen at this point. I mean, I hardly ever played 100 men in this game, for instance, so I'm nowhere close to the Mystery Mushroom costumes, and I just accept that. Oh, that reminds me that I should actually download... there's this one level that I saw on someone else's stream a few days ago, which is just a costume showcase. It's like somebody who just has a costume gallery of every Mystery Mushroom costume, plus ways to see every animation, like some vines to climb, some water to swim in, etc. And I should grab that. I'm trying to remember who made that. And I should go back to that VOD and look it up. Yeah, because as a maker, I'm not going to grab all that at this point. I will let you know the code if I find it. I'll almost certainly post it if I can dig that up, because it seems like that's the kind of thing that people would be interested in. There was some interesting... well, there was some interest, rather, in, you know, people putting together some kind of community guide to downloading a lot of last-minute favorites as well. It seems that's not really coming together, unfortunately, because, you know, it's just an awful lot of work at a time when I'd rather play more levels. So I think a coordinated effort to do that didn't really come together. And I think anybody who's playing a lot of this game is also painfully aware of just how much they haven't seen. If you play this seriously enough, you know that, you know, it's just an endless mountain of content, and even good content. And you're only going to see so much of it. So there's a lot that I certainly regret I won't be able to get to. But at the same time, I think over the past few months, since January, that we've played enough in terms of breadth and quality that I'll come out of this feeling like I've really kind of seen a good experience in Maker 1, and possibly had a time with Maker 1 that was well above average, perhaps, in terms of experiencing what it had to offer. No one person is ever going to see this kind of game completely, so... It is an ample reminder, too, to enjoy what we can of Maker 2 while it lasts. And, you know, people come and go, people burn out, but... in a few years' time, we'll definitely be feeling that with Maker 2 as well, perhaps, that, you know, there's just so much content we never saw. And yeah, Maker 1 was something really quite special, though, just to see ideas developed for the first time and see the comparative creativity with technically limited tool sets, but tons of flexibility. Whoops. I didn't know that the PS3 servers were still on, to be honest. But I think sometimes when it comes to services being sunset, that very often, you know, it's a result of them looking at internal numbers that we don't see. And even with Maker 1, right, I can tell you that as somebody who did kind of keep track of activity in Maker 1, that apart from some pockets of activity like when I was running the YMM levels 2 years ago, that for years and years there was absolutely nothing going on in terms of people still playing Maker 1 on Twitch anyway, other than the occasional lucky drop bot, basically. That you can kind of see why somebody would be looking at a situation like that, which is probably reflected by the player numbers, and run the numbers and think, okay, there's no point in leaving the service up. The concern, of course, is that from a preservation perspective, it's kind of a big disaster. Where, for instance, if you look at... I mean, you know, my biggest experience with a Maker scene prior to Maker would have been Warcraft 3, as I've said many times before. And the thing with Warcraft 3 is that even after activity totally dropped off because basically Dota took over the servers, and past a certain point it was just nothing going on anymore other than the Dota kids, you could still save a lot of your old maps and still, you know, have them available for a rainy day sometime if you got a private party together. There might not be much activity anymore, but the important thing was that it was still, in its own way, alive. And okay, let's get over here, and then it's going to be a Cape check. Yeah, after the cutoff in March 2021, definitely just totally dropped out. Oh, well, this will be squished out central here. We'll just have to proceed carefully. That was not carefully. That's okay, we can get back there without too much trouble. There's actually going to be a little back and forth backtracking there with the cracked setups that we see. So yeah, Link in time, after this level, I'll be quite happy to play some of yours since you've been asking me for some time. And I did mean to spend this week catching up on some of the requests from viewers as well, on top of some of the recommendations we've seen here, so... You'll have to see me get past the squish gate first, though. Oh, whoops. Here we go. But yeah, as far as I understand it, the old Nintendo Network services on the NNID system for Wii U and 3DS have been a bit of a risk for some time now, in that there was a massive security issue with them some years ago already, and so they've been, looking for some kind of excuse to have it shut down regardless. And there was last year, of course, the really lengthy period of inactivity for people playing Mario Kart 8 and Splatoon 1. But let's see here. And, even when looking at the Switch, I really wish they had kept Super Mario 35. Nintendo knows how to make games and absolutely nothing else? Oh, I don't know about that. Let me think about a good counterexample here. They make excellent controllers for the most part. I mean, Joy-Con drift was kind of a major historical anomaly. Actually, in general, I've enjoyed Nintendo hardware. Even at its most idiosyncratic. And occasionally you'll just see so many things in your games show up for one generation to push some very particular thing about their hardware, because they kind of genuinely believe in the hardware, even when the consumers don't. And I find that more often than not, when Nintendo basically goes ahead and says, "You don't know what you want, we know what you want," that they actually do turn out to be right. Whoops. I really shouldn't hold my gamepad the way I do, because occasionally I do accidentally spin. Speaking of Nintendo hardware. I actually find a wide grip on a gamepad very comfortable, but let's get down over here. Nope, this is going to be... Oh, I was hoping that it would be able to get in there in that slot. Actually, a crouch jump would have done it. Yeah, given a lot of the talk about, when the Switch was still codenamed the NX, and from a lot of what Nintendo was telling people like shareholders at the time, there's good reason to believe that the next generational transition will be smoother when it comes to preserving people's digital libraries and accounts. It seemed like they kind of really wanted to do that with the Wii U, and I remember, Reggie Fils-Aimé at some point swearing up and down that you could feel secure about your Wii U and 3DS Virtual Console purchases before they just decided to throw out Virtual Console purchases entirely. But it did seem like at the sort of inception of the Nintendo NX that Nintendo would be showing off all these diagrams that they really wanted to model themselves explicitly after something like iOS, where you would have a long-term software marketplace and account continuity that they were painfully aware they were lacking up to that point. So I am hopeful that, particularly with the success of the Switch as a third-party and indie platform, that going into the next generation, that they'll take people's accounts seriously. Anyway, down we go. You have mixed thoughts on NSO replacing Virtual Console, yeah. I actually haven't really used the online multiplayer aspect of it that much. I tried it once with, I think, Dr. Mario back when it launched, and haven't kept with it since. I think I wasn't getting very good performance out of it, for one thing. We go a little back and forth here, as we've seen before. Let's just align ourselves accordingly until we have a clear opportunity. And there we go. Yeah, I had Paper Mario on the Wii Virtual Console, and it was one of the games that I transferred over to my Wii U Virtual Console. I played it back in the Wii for the first time. So. Anyway, that one was fun. Lots going on all over the place in that. Yeah. Dr. Cliche, thanks for that. I did tell A Link in Time that we were going to play a couple of his selections first, but if you're still around, Dr. Cliche, I'll be very happy to look at that code as well. We're not really running a bot or anything, we're just kind of going casually today, so. But yeah, A Link in Time, you sent me the code on the Discord for one of the levels in your profile. We'll just go to your profile and you can just recommend me something. And we'll just swap around a little bit. Let me just find where we put that. But yeah, Dr. Cliche, if you are still hanging around afterwards, we'll play yours after a few of these. You did send me a kind of recommendation list on the Discord. I mean, we can always start with this one too, but if you have a particular favorite that you really want me to prioritize, do let me know. We'll play a few of them, especially if they're on the easier side. I'm quite willing to play a set. So yeah, you said starting from 2015 you wanted to look at Thwomp's Corridors. Yeah, we'll do a handful of them, depending on how quickly they go. This was way back. And let's see how you were doing back then. Jay Bizzle with a record on this one. This is an ancient level, but you're still content with it. Yeah, we've seen some really interesting things out of people from this era, for sure. It's been kind of an interesting storyline of sorts to watch people's styles develop. Classic SMP3 Fortress, yeah, we're totally blundering through it a little bit with the timings that I have here. I think maybe I should wait for this one. I'm always so tempted to just sneak right past it. And maybe that timing isn't going to be the most opportune for that. And alright, let's go this way. Seems like we have a choice of path here, so. And we'll go top and we'll just mind the stun lock on the sledge. Almost sneak under this one and this one as well. If we can. Oh, there's an overcorrection there. And let's mind the timing on that too. Sure, we'll slow it down slightly. This was November 2015, so it would not have been pre-checkpoint. Checkpoint patch was end of October. And we know that because that's something that we've been tracking with a couple of different makers in terms of when they decided to do re-uploads. But maybe it was something that you sort of made in your course mod before checkpoints and then uploaded in that form. If you remember. I don't know. Yeah. But let's, oh, this just doesn't go very high. Let's just do that and drop this. Oh, that's going to be the axe. And we'll play a couple of these if they're that is breezy. Go through a few. Next one, you said Saw Castle 2.0. Oh, was a 2.0 a separate upload? Yeah, I guess so. Let's take a look. We'll let it load the banner. Just so we can admire it. Alright. Looks like a lot of saws on tracks. And yeah, quite clear the path we'll have over here. Let's just follow it back. Oh, okay. Let's follow them both back. Maybe there's a way to speed past that, but we aren't going to chance it right at this moment. Oop. All that practice in Super Mario World Castle 6 back in the day was paid off. Okay, now the blaster prevents you from just diving on a boat. I was very tempted to just ram through it and dive on a boat, but no, that would not have let you. Nor would some kind of damage boost up top. That would not be a good idea, I don't think. I can kind of tell that for aesthetic reasons you're one of the people who is avoiding the hideous one-tile spikes. And I totally get that, because that's how I tend to build as well. If I can use something like a grinder or a muncher without breaking something conceptually, I'd rather do it. There's something about the one-tile spikes that never quite felt properly like Mario artwork to me. Which is why I was such ashamed to see it appear officially in Wonder. Because they do, of course, make an appearance in Wonder. Yeah, you didn't really get good at level decoration in 2019, and yeah, that's totally understandable. I mean, I feel like it takes a certain degree of community interaction to really start being more of an all-rounder in level design, perhaps. But it's already been interesting, though, to go back to Maker 1 and that, you know, you have some people coming in from Maker 2 who say, wow, you can recognize Maker 1 because it's just semi-solids everywhere. And that's true, just because of how flexible they were back then. Yeah, I can't quite see what's coming down from the track. That's the only concern here. Sometimes our view of what's coming down from up top is a little bit obscured, but we'll find an appropriate cycle here. Oh, no, that's not going to be it. Yeah, not a lot of time to react to what's coming on from off camera, but we'll deal with it. Nope, not. Yeah, sometimes we do need to wait for the window of opportunity here, but there will be one. From time to time. It's going to be a little bit of a squeeze until we get it. Oh, no, that's not going to be it. Did those spikes first originate in Maker 1? More or less. I mean, you know, there were always some things that produce that function. Like how, of course, you'll see in SMB3 water, you see them swap back to the little jellyfish, which look much more interesting. But, you know, basically depth zones in official Mario artwork have always had a bit more flexibility in terms of how they could be rendered artistically in the game. But yeah, the one-tile spikes and the one-way panels, you know, they always kind of stuck out at me as being Maker original elements that didn't quite fit into the art style. Yeah, the Electro, that's right. Whoops. One-way still throw me off like crazy visually. I mean, it seems like with much of the Maker tool set in both Maker 1 and 2 that, you know, Nintendo always wanted to avoid a certain functional redundancy between different elements. All the different enemy selections in a palette, for instance, to have a different movement pattern to them. Just play differently, so with all the other placeable elements that you see, so... Whoops. But yeah, I thought that right from when Maker 1 was revealed, that the one-ways definitely look a bit off. But here we go. Something about them just didn't really seem to blend, you know. Yeah, again, the Maker 1 camera has some issues with this part, I think. Just because you can't quite see what's going on from the top of the track. Oh, you can... well, we'll see. This was narrow opportunity here, but then we need to wait, probably. Oh, no, that was the opportunity. Nope, that was not. Nope, that was not. Yeah, because I can't see when the track is reversing, right? So, you know, by the time I jump, there's a little bit unpredictable, but we'll see how we can negotiate around it. Whoops. Yeah, oh, sometimes you just need to wait for the opportunity. Oh, that was almost it. That was also almost it. Nope. Yeah, no scroll stop going back to 1 is very noticeable, very much so. But it definitely changes how people build as well. That you see so many more layouts in Maker 2 that are much more room-based in philosophy in terms of, you know, things being separated by vertical columns because it does scroll stop. Whereas in Maker 1, you always see these layouts that are, you know, long and winding with passages that overlap, adjoining disconnected rooms, and I think it created a general tendency to build larger and more maze-like structures in Maker 1 than you see in Maker 2, where, you know, Maker 2, scroll stop is the most powerful tool that it introduced by far. And the most interesting thing that was introduced, I think. in terms of the possibilities and design space it opened up, but it definitely kind of changed people's attitudes to building as well, in that it sort of had a subtle way of discouraging them from building, you know, winding overlaps everywhere. In the, whoops, Maker 1 style. There's definitely kind of a stylistic and social effect to how people build as well. I really don't see where the window of opportunity is going to come from here. Because everything's going to come down. There's a particular spacing between these that we need to look for. I think it's going to be the one coming soon. Almost. There we go. Had to wait quite a while to do that. Let's not die afterwards. Yeah, on-offs are huge as well. It's kind of interesting to see some puzzle structures that had makeshift on-offs, and the different gate structures that people came up with in Maker 1 just to make switching systems and puzzles work. Oh. Should really try to get back in the middle there. Didn't do a very good job of that. Now we have to fight with this thing again. But that's okay. Eventually we'll find some kind of reliable timing, I hope. Okay. Nope. Nope. Just made our position worse. Okay, there we go. Much better. Just gonna guess at an impulse and we were okay. And yes, we will grab that mushroom. Gladly. Let's try not to fall off right away this time. It's much easier to maintain a middle position so we have a bit more flexibility for going up and down. And no, whoops. And then, oh. Saw that coming a little bit late. Pavlovian psychologists would be salivating studying my behavior during the part yet. Pavlov, that rings a bell. Now let's head over here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's a tight fit. It's possible to go earlier than I've been going. But there we go. Okay, so maybe parking here isn't that great after all. Interesting that the mushroom inaccessible on the bottom layer is there too. It seems like it's trying to communicate something to me visually, but we'll see what it is. Yeah, so now we know in advance that we'll actually want to go bottom at some point, just because of everything coming down like this. Oh, almost. This is going to be a tight fit. There we go. Then clown car. Well, clown car just takes you through, so we'll take that and not accidentally spin out of here. Interesting finish. Yeah, nice little boat ride there. We've seen a couple of track boat rides in various forms and enclosures. And this one having to sort of read quickly how to hop back and forth was definitely something we had to manage. One thing though is that I think in that boat ride, depending on where you're standing horizontally, like it's still a player camera rather than an auto-scroll camera, right? So it does perhaps slightly manipulate some of the spawn timings. And so we could kind of detect that going from one attempt to the next. And anyway, thank you for that one. Solid Castle. Now, Cat, I barely made anything in Maker 1, and hardly anything of significance. I don't know if I'll show it off. I mean, I'll have it offline anyway, right? So, maybe on the last day or something, but no promises. Okay, we'll do one or two more, and then I'll hop over to Dr. Cliché's code, and I'll be quite happy to just swap back and forth. So, you were saying something about Captain Toad's treasure romp. Let's see if we can find that. Yeah, we'll close out your 2015 levels. How about that? And we'll switch over to Dr. Cliché's code for a bit and just kind of go back and forth like that. Alright. Looks like, well, as a Captain Toad level, let's assume that perhaps we shouldn't be jumping. Natcat, please throw something in. You're quite welcome to. Natcat, I just assume that you're always sitting on fantastic recommendations in both Maker games. Oh, Captain Toad doesn't really need to jump and can't, but... whoops, no. Let's not rush it. Interesting way to do the Captain Toad concept, just to force everything to be one tile on height. I mean, we've seen a couple of different takes on this. Obviously with the really fussy don't land clear condition in Maker 2, that was a different way that people implemented this. In 7MMC, or was it 8MMC? Theorymon, yeah, it was this year, it was 8MMC. Theorymon had a really good Captain Toad 3D world puzzle, which was absolutely phenomenal. Using jump detection. And of course, you know, 2015, people don't know detector tech yet. So we see Captain Toad sort of implemented this way instead, where the ceiling is just totally forced. Whoops. We're going to be in trouble here. We should have just dashed across, because that's what the concept is here. Yeah, the thing about the don't land condition in Maker 2 is that it just kind of feels absolutely terrible because of how fussy the failure condition feels. Anyway, another Toad here, just in case. Oh, oops, how did I miss that? Well, alright. Nintendo implemented something poorly? Imagine that. Whoops. Okay. You know what? Wait a minute. It's not on a track. We should be able to... no, it's just power-up. Yeah, I have to think about power-up logic sometimes. Is this gonna go up for me? Yes. Let's keep going. Yeah, it's always interesting to see how people were trying to figure out how to do this kind of thing in Maker. But yeah, there's a lot about clear conditions that left much to be desired in Maker 2. My main issue with them is that they, you know, just blast that massive rectangle on the screen, or screen that obstructs your vision. I guess on the Switch they were just building with Portable in mind or something, but then realistically it just makes the, you know, first screen of the level unreadable for the first few seconds, which sometimes does cause problems. But then also that, you know, the failure, particularly if the don't land condition, just doesn't really have any kind of contact to it, right? It's just a matter of, whoops, I slipped off the edge and now I fail. And after you failed it, you don't get a chance to test what kind of contact actually tripped it. Or tripped the failure of the condition, and how to fix it from that point on. Oh, you know what? We can just get a star over here and then Pac-Man our way over. Well, we could have done this. Did we actually open up enough over here? E-door, well, okay. Right, because it is blocked off down below. There we go. The 3DS version of Maker 1 has some levels with challenges that are essentially prototype don't touch the ground levels. And those are better because that rectangle is nowhere to be seen. Yeah, interesting. Okay, Dr. Cliché, I'm going to switch back to your code over there, and I'll link to time if you're still hanging around after that suggestion and whichever suggestion that cat had. Then we'll gladly play more of your list, and, you know, I'll be here all week as well, I hope, to see more. Yeah, like I said, not running any kind of bot, we're just kind of doing this as a casual hangout, so. Everything's just going to be at my discretion, which is fine by me. Any favorite tracks I have in Mario Kart 7? I'd have to think about that. It's been ages since I played 7. Okay, Duck Duck Goose. This will be interesting. Let's see it. A 17-second record on it. But we'll figure out what it's about. Yeah, thank you for that, Natcat. Okay, so we see this little picture here of the Koopa bouncing back and forth. I think we need to drop this on our head and crouch through like this. Oh, except this is death, right? The pipe is telling me it's death. Yeah, so we need to basically yeah, raise like this, and then, but then you need to retain the mushroom up to this point. So basically, you need to let go at the last possible moment here. And the interesting thing is that there's no down input, but you retain the crouch input for the crouch animation rather for the duration of the slide. Which I feel like is not the way I expected it to work, and that I expected to take damage, and perhaps that's because of how it works in Maker 2, but yeah, it's like that. That's what it is, and then, oh, come on. And yeah, don't worry about the difficulty, Dr. Cliché. Regardless of whether we clear it, I do want to see things that are conceptually interesting. Whoops. So we just need to hit a very precise moment here. Maybe, you know, maybe stand even a little further, if that makes any difference. No, it doesn't make any difference, so we just need to whoops, let go before we hit the pipe. I don't need to move it to start? Okay. Yeah, we just need to do that then. I needed to obviously dunk that on top of myself by stomping directly on top of it. Then the shell. I need to read that properly then. Because do we want to pick up the shell? Well, we can't get up at that point. We have to remain crouched. And so it looks like we're supposed to bounce off the shell, or at least grab it for perhaps a shell jump. But can I do that while crouched? Because I don't want to get up in that location, right? So... And we need to retain a mushroom past this point in order to break the pipe. So it seemed like I was supposed to do some kind of shell pickup, but without getting trapped in the single column. So we'll see how that's going to work. Maybe I let go of the down input and then reacquire it. I'm not actually sure, because maybe we still have momentum at that point. No. But I feel like we have to kick and then... Well, let's figure it out. Okay. the shell is not what we want, though. Like, we actually do want some kind of shell jump on it, but then I'm not exactly sure how we can pick it up. If that's the case. Alright. Oops, no. Mistake. I'm just reading this room for a moment to see what's going on here. This one gets pretty wacky. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind playing around with it a little bit first, but I assume that there's probably quite a lot of Maker 1 tech that I don't know that we'll kind of need. And yeah, because we need to somehow turn this into a shell pickup without getting stuck in the middle slot. And so there might be something very specific here in terms of when we let go and when we require to crouch. Because you're supposed to kind of understand that, you know... So what's happening here is that I'm getting up from the crouch before I go over the pipe. But the slide is retaining the crouch animation, so... There's something that I need to know about that. So I picked it up, but then... Yeah, I think I have to pick it up when I'm on the left slot, and then reacquire the crouch to get under this. So basically when I'm one tile to the left, I'll let go, but then I immediately get back into the crouch after the pickup. That's gotta be it. I think. That's the only way I can imagine it working. But you basically kind of blink up and down in this location. I think we're able to do it to pick up that way and do a crouch pickup. Again, this is a mechanic I did not know. And no, we don't want to wear it, obviously. Ah, yes, that's the problem, is that if you hold down while you're holding it, you do wear it. Which we don't want. Perhaps we do some kind of crouch jump in the middle to stop the shell after we kick it. Like, kick the shell, jump on it, stop it. And then we don't have any momentum whatsoever. That's going to be a bit strange, so... No, we don't want to wear it. We do need to bounce. We need to experiment with this a little bit more. But the thing you're supposed to understand is that even if you let go of the down button, you retain in crouch form for some time. Which makes me wonder if we can kind of sneak through... Oh, whoops. Oh, you just spin there, of course. Yeah, and then... Maybe we need to... Well, let's think about this. And wow, that's a big raid coming in. Thank you so much for bringing in this crew of 287. I hope things were going well over there. This is a significant amount of attention. And welcome in, everybody. We're trying to figure out this very Maker 1 specific tech that is new to me because I wasn't really active during the bulk of Maker 1. Where you kind of crouch and then let go of the crouch and stay in a crouch position as you slide across. Yes, welcome everybody who has come in, and thank you once again, Keiichi, for the raid. We're normally a Maker 2 channel over here, but since January we've been doing a lot of retrospective content in Maker 1. And whoops. And just doing a grand tour of as many makers and levels as we've been able to manage. Whoops. Let's pay attention here. Thank you for the many, many follows. Whoops, hang on, let's pay attention here though. So yeah, here we have to crouch, but then we let go to crouch, and we slide across nevertheless. Here, I still don't really know how to do the pickup. As we crouch... Yeah, but we can't reacquire a crouch at that point, so maybe there's something that needs to happen to kind of keep my head down low. Like maybe even a jump or something. Okay, let's get across this way. And that's it, we found it. So I did a little jump there because so I let go of crouch. When I let go of crouch just to the left of the slot, then doing a little jump there gets me under the one tile gap without us getting back up into standing form. Oh, that was a mistake. I accidentally nudged the D-pad there. But then that just means we can show this off a second time, because I do understand now. But we'd have to do like a little hop when we do the pickup. So this is trickier than it looks, but yeah, maybe even a jump, exactly. And then, oh. Well, we need to get the shell jump timing, obviously, and escape with a mushroom on the other side. Come on. The single column timing eludes me sometimes. As much as we have done it before in Maker 2. Okay. There we go. No, except we actually have to crouch. Yeah, we actually do have to crouch into it because of the one tile gap over the donut block, which I totally did not think about. So, I think we have to jump coming out of this gap here then as we're holding the shell, because obviously you can't crouch while you're on the ground while holding the shell. So you kind of need to do a little bit of bounce and then... Let's see it. Oh, whoops. Mistake. We'll see if we can figure it out. Yeah, so we're kind of crouching near the end there, and we just need to make sure that we are in the crouch as we kind of get up into that column. And of course, yeah, no, that's the right way to do it. It was just that we need to actually hit it. And we need to get off the donut block afterwards, whoops, which is going to be troublesome. And Mario, Dr. Cliché has a very Kaizo-heavy profile, and I think he was telling me a few weeks back that he did wind up in the final 1,000 or so for Team 0%. Whoops, oh, missed it. But of course, the levels that he was showing us last time were a lot of very obscure tech that I certainly didn't know, which I'm quite glad to discover. So let's just find a shell jump timing, and we basically know how to do it up to this point, and then we'll see what the subworld is all about. You're more tech Kaizo than traditional shell jump Kaizo. Yeah, exactly. And which is why there's so much stuff we've had to learn about Maker 1 just to do this. So, you think this is the only shell jump in any of your 70+ levels? Wow. Oops. But it is kind of a puzzle shell jump, right? Where you have to figure out how to get into it in the first place. And whoops, no, got out of the crouch. And tell me an alternate, quote-unquote, intended strategy. I sometimes blunder into those accidentally myself, but we'll see. All known strats were intended in some sense. So, the thing I'm trying to do, jumping as I come out, can be done, but it's super precise. Okay. Seems like I actually did manage to get out that way without it feeling precise, but... Oh yeah, I see. That depending on when you do the jump, that affects whether you're still going to be in a crouching state. So perhaps we should look for some kind of alternative. Like maybe you jump and then hold down or something. You know, if you are doing the jump input and down at the same time, then you can maintain the... Like, basically, if you're holding down while you are detected as being in the air, then perhaps that... nope. Let's try to not to scramble our inputs here, but... Yeah. basically try to get in this state where it's not detecting it as a down input that puts on the element. Because if you jump and then get into the down inputs, I'm just thinking about it. Yeah, well... But then if we get this far, let's say, if there's a way to do it once I'm already through, let's see if we can find it. Oops. Okay. Whoops, missed a jump. So if we pick it up on the other side, I suppose we should figure out whether it's possible to still do the shell jump once you are getting out on the other side without the crouch. Because maybe if you kind of set the shell down, perhaps, like set it down to the left and then kind of do a pickup as you're going up from a crouch, then perhaps you can do it that way. Oh, whoops. You just spin there. Yeah, there's a way to do it once you're through. I think it's actually going to be dropping the shell to the left side and then crouching and then picking it up into the shell jump. I kind of suspect it might be the case. We should try it. Oh, whoops, let's not hold down into that. Yeah, so I think... Oh, except if I'm setting it down, I need to do it without putting it on, which might be tricky now that I think about it. Although, if I fire it to the left... I don't know I'd want to do that, though. You're saying there's a way to do it at this point. Probably not like that, but... Basically, I need to somehow get into a crouch form and yet get a shell jump. But... might be a very specific interaction we don't know. But, whoops. Let's not miss the jump. Okay. So, let's see what kind of interactions we're able to do here. We're still able to fire it to the left and then stop it. And... for example... we're able to stop it. But then when we pick it up, we don't want to be in the crouch form still. Because we don't want to put it on instantly, right? Yeah, because if you're holding down, of course, you do put it on instantly once you're in the grounded form. So we need to do some kind of pickup that will allow me to not wear it. Let's see. As long as I'm not wearing the shell, I can still go through. Yeah. Let's see if we can find it. Oops. I have to reverse engineer Maker 1 mechanics that I've never seen, which is just the name of the game here. So the thing I can think of is that, I mean, the spring is still there for deflection. Yeah, we need to just not put on the shell, which means we can't be holding it on the ground when we crouch. But then if we let go, then we get up like that. I've already seen a thing that I need to notice, I just didn't notice it. Probably because I didn't manage to get up to this column with a crouch it. A time or two, perhaps. Or perhaps when I do the shell jump, there's some kind of way to... oh, no. I mean, obviously you can't crouch once you're in midair, but... oh, whoops. Let's do this again. And let's not let go too early. We have to get under first. So once you get under that, you do the little hop for the pickup. And then perhaps I just do, well, let's get across this way. Now, I need to figure out how to let go of this in a way that... Yeah, you kind of stop it while it's like a tile to the left, maybe. It's possible to do that. Oh, not like that, but we can still kind of practice it, even if we have lost a mushroom at this point. Because there should be some kind of way for me to set it down gently. I don't know. Across we go. Bounce. Something very subtle. Yeah, I kind of wonder if it's just brute forceable the other way, actually, just to, you know, come out with a crouch jump. Oh, let's say I get a shell jump. Hang on. But let's say I kind of drop the shell. No, hang on. If I drop the shell below me, I'm trying to see if I can do something to pick it up from that point. Okay. Bounce like this. So what have we considered so far? We considered a back throw, we considered... let's see. I mean, we tried to just jump it straight, of course, but if we land... I mean, we just bonked the ceiling, we wouldn't actually land on top of the donut block. Because if you land and you get up... Oh, I see. So what I'm doing is I'm letting go. I'm letting go to crouch and I bounce immediately, like that. So there's a way... So it's not clear at all from the picture, but what I'm doing is I'm letting go, jump, and rebouncing like that, and you stay in the crouch form. I'm quite satisfied to have found that, actually. Because then the idea is that you can fire this. And then if you pick it up perfectly, then you should be able to just pick it up with a crouch. Take several frames after landing before you stand up again. Yeah, so if we let go... Oops. Then we can do it. Now, actually getting the input into muscle memory without just sort of instinctively crouching the whole way through is... I'll take a moment here, but... Oh, spin. Whoops, missed the timing there. Yeah, this was pretty satisfying too. Actually sort out. So I can throw... Then, whoops. But then we still need to do the pickup. Yeah, by letting go of the down button. So we just need to spin. And just get back to that position and just not be thrown off when it comes to muscle memory. Oh, no. Jump too late. But basically, you need to let go while you're doing a crouch jump to pick up the shell. And when you do a crouch jump to pick up the shell, then you jump immediately, and then you do a shell jump from that point. So the trick after that is just to hit the shell jump timing, which we've been woefully inconsistent about, but... Almost. Though it's obscured, the second obstacle is kind of a spiritual continuation of the first, you're saying. The idea being you let go of crouch but stay crouching in both. Yeah. I had to check this in the Maker 2 editor because I suspect that it doesn't work in Maker 2 at all. Because we've seen so many levels where I get out of crouch too early and just take damage. Oh. I'm trying to jump immediately after the pickup and it's not quite happening though. So I wonder if the pickup is causing some kind of issue there, because it seems like I'm a little bit slow to get back into the jump after I pick up the shell, so something is throwing off my timing. The window is pretty tight, you think maybe 4 frames, okay. Yeah, because and then I actually have to hit the shell jump timing afterwards, which will be tricky, but let's do it correctly. It's been fun to mess around with this stuff, though, and find it out. Yeah, but that's okay. If we are still alive and we don't wear the shell. Yeah, so that was almost right that time. Almost right. I think I kind of stood up out of that, it seemed like, but I couldn't quite tell. Yeah, because I'm missing the jump here, that's all. That was actually right. I was crouched in the big form, I think. And we just missed the shell jump timing, so eventually we'll get that. Also, Maker 2 gives you a frame or two to buffer jump before you land, and Maker 1 does not. Yeah, that's something we've been feeling for sure, I think, with the physics differences. I don't think I knew that precisely, but now that you mention it, that's definitely been something that I've noticed as an effect, let's say, when switching to this game from Maker 2. Okay, missing the timing there, but we actually are getting as far as the crouch pickup. Which means it's just a matter of hitting the shell jump timing and then we'll make it. Oops. You should have put a checkpoint after the shell jump? Yeah, I assumed there was more coming. We'll just have to learn it, I guess. Oh, no. My mistake. Well, we're learning something new every day. Whoops. Have to jump there. Okay, then you fire. And I have to repeat the jump accurately, and again, it's still not hitting the shell jump timing. I'm always so concerned about, you know, getting into that jump with the crouch, that we aren't doing the actual release successfully. Okay. There we go, there we go. Got it. Progress. Now what do we do? Now we see this whole thing here, okay. So, if we go back over here, we can see what it looks like on the other side. Oh, no, 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 that's not it. You can't reverse through that. It's a pipe stack because it's Maker 1 and Maker 1 does that to you. I was trying to reverse back through it to see what the goal looked like because there was something the goal was trying to tell me. Oops. Wait, but then we can feast our eyes in this mess. Because it looks like we need to get out of here, perhaps. Okay, so I know that as we come out the pipe, I'm reconstructing this from memory. Facing the checkpoint, there's a 1-tile gap that you need to get through. However, if you crouch at the exit pipe, the pipe stack takes you back through here and drops you into the pit. Which means that when we get out at the checkpoint, we need to be able to slip under a 1-tile gap. And I think there was a mushroom placed there as well, right? We need to be able to slip through a 1-tile gap at that point without ducking into the pipe upon exit. That's what I remember seeing, and we should have actually thought about that instead of coming in here to read this little puzzle room. But let's do the shell jump again. But that means I don't really know what my end state is supposed to be. I think that the Potapoo forces you to lose the mushroom at that point. Whoops. But yeah, we can make the shell jump a little more consistently. Then we'll be able to get out. The Potapoo is mushroom check, that's what I thought. And the flag obstacle is self-contained. So yeah, we just need to do that basically as a puzzle room. Luckily, as long as I don't pick up the shell, I can retry this, and there we go, we got it. So let's watch this accurately first. Now, I don't know what the spawn position of the mushroom is. I think as we come out, we just need to dodge the mushroom. I think that's what it is. We dodge the mushroom until we get to the point where we fit under the slot. Because I don't know what the mushroom spawning position is as you come out of the pipe, and that matters quite a bit, because we don't know how soon we have to jump. And yeah, we did it twice now, quality humor, but we need to see the other room first. So when you come out, you need to not pick up the mushroom, and you need to not crouch. But I don't know how we're going to avoid the mushroom until I come out of that pipe. I will auto power up as I exit the pipe. Okay. So that will be a bit of a puzzle interaction on its own. Here, we need to get into that one slot up above without crouching. Okay, if you get on the platform, then you can do a crouch jump up above. Fit into that one tile slot. However, if you hit the question block, launcher goes up, but then let's think about this for a moment. There's a POW down below. You need a POW in order to drop all the muncher stacks, basically. But it looks like it should be a P-switch coming out of the question block. The reason I say that is because a P-switch would auto-activate. A P-switch would then drop the munchers on the left and right, which means you need to stay out of the bomb radius. And that's okay, we can do that, I think. Depending on the offset of the munchers there. So, let's assume that it's going to be a P-switch coming out of the question block. It's going to drop the muncher on the left column. The muncher on the left column is going to hit the note block. Note block is going to drop something, probably a muncher, on top of the bomb that is then going to hit the hard block on the bottom left, which then activates the POW. Therefore, we should assume that if the P-switch is contained inside the question block, P activation is going to blow up both bombs as well as hit the POW. Is there anything that we need to do past the point? I don't know. Oh, yeah, okay, I didn't think about the bomb just wrecking all that. Okay, never mind that. I didn't even think about the bomb just blowing up the question blocks that we were hitting, even though that's entirely obvious. We need to not be there in... Oh, I see. Okay, I see what this is all about. Yeah, this is actually the same kind of jump element that we saw at the end of the first segment. I understand it now. I'll try to explain what I mean when we get there, but basically it is... So this is not visible at all when you look at it on the screen, but you crouch, you let go of crouch, you just keep on jumping. If I can show it off. So I let go of crouch and I can just keep on jumping. That's actually what the interaction is going to be on the pipe, because then you get into a crouch jump. Basically, you stand up, you hit the question blocks, you get into a crouch on top of the falling platform, and then you have to do really short crouch bounces under that to keep your head under the muncher. That is going to fall down. I think that's going to be how it works, but we'll see when we get there. Hitting the question blocks. Release P switches, lighting the bomb, and eventually the bomb sets off the POW, clearing all the munchers above you. Yeah. So that's actually a bit of a survival challenge with the crouch jump chaining, I think. In the context of this level, that's the solution that makes the most sense. We'll see if that's actually the case. Oops. I've got the right idea, yeah. This has been a really fun one to figure out, kind of a Kaizo puzzle, which I think is a bit unusual in either game, really. Whoops. Luckily, this is recoverable so long as we don't. Oops, so long as we don't put on the shell, this is recoverable. It's not too difficult to get back there, so as long as we're relatively on the ball. So you'll let go of down, and you just keep on bouncing, but you just need to find the shell jump timing. Okay. Oops. But we'll just need to get back there first, and need to be very crisp about the crouch jumps from that point, though, I think. And then let's... Oops. Jumped a bit early. And over. Okay, let go. And then we'll try it again until we get it. Luckily, this is fairly gentle as long as you don't go too early on the jump or pick up the helmet by mistake. Or wear it by mistake, rather. Just came in a bit low there. Nope. Bit of a late release. When we can get the shell jump timing consistent, we'll be in much better shape. No, way too late. Oops. Okay. Release this? Nope, not quite. Let go. Let go. Nope, too late. Yeah, these single column shell jumps, even under normal circumstances, can throw me off quite a bit, so we'll see if we can manage it. Whoops. And of course, we just need to get back to the other segment first. And hit the jump here. This should be easy to execute, this whole first sequence here, once we've figured it out. The main thing to worry about is the shell jump timing. There we go. Okay. Let's read this properly. We can take it patiently. So we hit the question blocks standing. Therefore the muncher doesn't fall on our head. But then we need to get into a chained crouch jump in order to fit under the one-way panel without being dunked back into the pipe. So we need to basically chain a lot of short hops from a crouching position, starting from falling back down on the platform here. Oh, yeah, we need to let go down sooner. So I have the right idea, but not the right muscle memory. We'll just try to go back there, and the sooner we can get across the shell jump here, the better off we'll be. It's also kind of interesting in that it's the rare kind of puzzle solution that really does need to end with a shell jump in order to work and make sense. It's not something we hear ourselves saying too often, just because puzzle and Kaizo mentalities are often so much more segregated. Oh, no, missed it. Yeah, you have to basically hit every short bounce, letting go of crouch after a while, too. Like, we need to practice it, I think. And you need to keep it nice and low, too, to not bash your head against the muncher. Because then you have to maintain a mushroom state to get across to Potaboo check, so... So I'm not holding crouch for this, just to be absolutely clear. I'm just practicing the kind of input timing that we need upon landing. Because there's a particular animation frame upon landing that we're looking for in terms of Mario making contact. I just need to practice this a little bit and understand the rhythm. Okay. So hopefully we'll be able to get it. Okay. There's a Chinese maker named Conan who used to make a lot of extended tribute levels. What do you mean by extended tribute? Where he would take a tech he liked and make it really long. I see. That sounds like a very sound way to design. I mean, sometimes ideas are kind of underexplored, right? And if you're going to teach it to the player, or at least compel them to learn it anyway, then you might as well get some proper mileage out of it. There we go. Okay, so this part is all about crouch jump timing, which is also going to be slightly off because we're going to be starting from the blue platform, not from the pipe. Nope, missed it. But let's watch the activation here. Yeah, so after the POW... Oh, and the donut blocks to prevent you from just damage boosting through the muncher, because that's the little quality check that's happening here. Yeah, the donut blocks prevent you from just taking a death this way. So yeah, we just need to maintain the crouch jump until the bomb takes out the big muncher up above. Oops, no, didn't get the pickup. So he made a 60-second version of chaining crouch jumps. Yeah. It's all fun and games until you realize that somebody has executed. Oh. There we go. Getting it down a little more often than we did before. It's about 7 or 8 jumps depending on your jump height, yeah. I haven't been able to do that so far. Let's see. Nope, got out of it by mistake. Looked like it was fewer than that, but again, you know, we need to make sure we understand that as soon as the muncher goes down, we try to get up there immediately. Just to avoid problems. We made it as far as, you know, about 4 or 5 jumps. Which, well, needs to be better. Okay, there we go. Got there relatively quickly this time, in fact. Nope, too late. 10 mid-airs in a row are less frustrating. Oh, maybe so. I don't know. I'm much less adept at mid-airs, even compared to this little crouch jump here. Less frustrating than 60 second level, perhaps. Oh, whoops. I mean, we're going to start this. It's a great concept, but I did mean to start over. Yeah, I don't mind a learning curve so much. I mean, in Maker 2 in particular, I'm much more of a puzzle player than a Kaizo player, and so I'm kind of accustomed to having to pick up new mechanics and run into all kinds of execution trouble with them, so... But there is a particular animation timing that we need to see upon landing that I'm not quite catching yet. Yeah, and despite how I'm showing this, it's relatively easy to recreate your path once you do see it. Relatively easy. I mean, you still have to hit the shell jump, of course. But yeah, really glad I'm seeing stuff like this before Maker 1 goes down, for sure. Because it's something new to discover for me, anyway. Nope, too late. Just not watching my landing timing well at all. Let's practice it a little bit. We need to watch the animation. Yeah, because if you're just a little bit late, Mario comes up. And indeed, if you're too early as well, you just miss a jump entirely. I'm trying to see if I can get a jump height that would allow me to just tap on the beat with music. That's what I'm doing here. But it's not quite right. So we'll see. Pianoing both jump buttons. Oh, that's an interesting approach. Maybe. Hang on. Because then you try to ensure that you hit the input, right? See, this is the kind of stuff I absolutely don't know as somebody who's not a really techie player in the game. That's a good solution, actually. I mean, you have to get into this, and then... Because then you make sure you actually hit the frame if you're too early, right? So... And if you're doing it this way, you actually do want to go early, I think, because then you make sure the second input hits. Interesting. Maybe we should try it. Not on this one, though, because this one I don't want to mess with the shell jump too much. Oh, whoops. There we go. Multiple button plink is invaluable for repeating tight windows like this. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I don't know, so... Oh, missed it, though. Still getting used to it, I guess. Yeah, we just don't really know it, so... Well, eventually we can get this down to muscle memory. There we go. Getting better at it. Good practice. Not really necessary here, but I may still find it helpful. Yeah, depending on what's a little more comfortable for me to hit over multiple cycles, and also just react quickly enough when a buncher does go down. Oh, too early. Too early. I was really hoping that the bomb would detonate by that point, but we're doing so well, too, that time. I was not plinking that time. I was just trying to hit the timing. MGM1, thank you so much for the raid, since we're getting whacked by shells here. Hope Ace Attorney investigations have been going well. We've been learning some new mechanics here, and by new I mean new to me, after all these years. Okay, oh wow, we got that one quickly this time. So yeah, this level is all about how the crouch mechanic is implemented in Maker 1 in terms of how crouch is buffered even when you let go of the down button. This level is all about that. A very specific way. Oh, we missed it. Okay. You finished up episode 3, I see. I don't know how Ace Attorney Investigations is structured, really, but glad you made progress. So yeah, this level is all about letting go of the down button and retaining crouch animation regardless, and all the different interactions that you can get out of that. Oops. We try to get the pickup into crouch shell jump. There we go. Getting better and better at it. And Tobias, let's play. We don't have a queue bot going, but if you're still around, I'll keep your code in mind because we kind of have a bit of a casual queue. So after this one, I've got one more that I'm waiting on. But if you're still around, I'll try to get to that code. We're not running a bot today, but we are taking viewer submissions sort of as we go. So I'll try to look at that one when I can get to it. Okay. Oh, I missed the last one. Okay. I was trying to do a high jump on the last one, and that required me to change my timing, and we didn't get it. I just needed to hold the button longer. We actually survived long enough to get up there this time, though. Oops. And MGM1, you're saying, just think of it as a visual novel in which you have to think to answer questions. Yeah, no, what I'm saying is I don't know what the chapter structure is. I have sort of seen enough Ace Attorney in action from other people to roughly get what it looks like, but I'm actually still sitting on Phoenix Wright Trilogy on my 3DS. And it's been there unplayed for some time. I should get to it. Oops. It was one of the last things I picked up on the 3DS because Capcom was having a big closure sale, unlike Nintendo. And release over there. Oh, whoops. It's hard to explain, you're saying, since certain episodes have numbers of parts varying from each other. Okay. But anyway, you finished Chapter 3, and I assume that was meaningful progress. Okay, got through here. Now let's try this again. Nope. Missed it. Of course, we need to not add to the mushroom on the right side. Let's see what we can do. Nope. I mean, I still don't know how the final mushroom gate is going to work. So we'll have to look at that. Hang on. Oh no. Just scrambled a little bit as we were trying to adjust our method there. Okay. Gotta get the pickup again. Just need to fix our timing. There we go. Okay, now let's jump. Nope, too late. Yeah, my jump heights tend to be just inconsistent enough that getting getting the timing is going to be more difficult for me than it should be. Nope, too late. Much too late. And we'll jump a little later than that. Oops. This one definitely takes some thought. Oops. Nope. There we go. I just need to put in a good solid attempt over here. No, missed it. That was too early that time. You could tell because the jump was non-responsive, which meant I went a few frames too early. The jump didn't register. We should get back into the plinking method now that I look at it. Just to minimize problems. I just need to think about that when I get there. And yeah, SMM1, do come back when you smell better. Not that we can tell. Oops. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, first try. So yeah, we have to try the plinking input, which means also that we can let go of dash. We don't need it. Oh, missed it completely. Yeah. Let's try that again. Actually. Yeah, and of course, spin is not going to do anything for you. It's just got to be standard jump. Just need to maintain that about 7 times. Just trying to practice this bit. Then doing the final jump is what's going to be tricky. Just trying to find the timing here with the 2-finger plinking method. So this is while we're letting go down. That's what we're trying to do here. You still can't really get it. More than 3 or 4 jumps. Nope. We'll just try to hit this properly while maintaining crouch. There we go, just like that. Okay, I guess we should try the plinking method, but nope, just missed it immediately. So I don't know if that adjustment is really going to be what saves me here. But fundamentally, we just need to get the jump done, and then we still have the final segment to deal with. So. Okay. There we go. Got it quickly. But as smoothly as can be. Oh, whoops, no. I made a mistake. Very obvious one. There we go. Getting this part down much better though. Just checking all the pipes exactly. Just so we can trust your pipe stacking here as marked. Nope, missed it. Got about 5 jumps there. It's about halfway. Slightly higher jumps are easy to make feel responsive, of course, but we don't want to go too high and hit the muncher. It's failure either way, though. Here we go. Yeah, interesting tech, Noah. And one that I absolutely did not know prior to this level, so... Again, not an expert Maker 1 player at all, so... This has been new material. Nope, got out of it too soon. Yeah, it's all about different ways to maintain crouch. Okay. Nope. Up we go. And down. Nope. Missing it. Consistency is not exactly what we do around here. Your suspicion would be that this also exists in Maker 2. Yeah, I'd have to test it out. It's not something I would have even thought to test. Because... unless it comes up in a context of a level. Wouldn't have thought to check it. Whoops. And of course you'd have to lay it out quite a bit differently because of pipe stacking not being a thing. But you just move the player away from the exit pipe as you go to where you need. A link in time coming back with a party of 2. Welcome back. Let's give you a shout out since I just whacked myself with a shell. Right, because you were telling me you were dipping over to Mario Kart 7 for a bit. You were here earlier. We're still on this one. We're making progress. Steadily. And discovering many things. Calling it a night, yeah. Well, you have a good night, and like I said, I'll be as active as I can be with Maker 1 over the course of this week. In case you want to send me more. Nope. Oh, right at the end, too. I missed the last possible jump there. Right at the end. That was the best attempt yet, technically. You got first on 3DS Bowser's Castle? Yeah, congratulations. I remember the 3DS having one of the better ones. You know, I always had sort of mixed views about Mario Kart 7. Missed it. Again, my jump height is just not consistent enough to really get the same kind of timing every time. There we go. And yeah, that's the one with the 3DS, that's right. Nope. This is really hard to hit. Well, I don't know if we'll necessarily clear this one, but I'm glad we got as far as we did. In terms of just figuring out what to do. I mean, I didn't figure out what to do with the final part, obviously. The mushroom over there, but... we'll see. Nope, nope, missed it. Too high on the last jump. Just almost made it. Yeah, because this kind of pipe entry with a hidden pipe... Actually, no. There's a reason I do know that this works in Maker 1. Or Maker 2, rather. At least the pipes slide here. I know it for sure it works in Maker 2, because we actually see it pretty commonly in troll levels with hidden pipe. Like hidden pipe in Poison. where you have to slide across and let go. I don't even play that many trolls, but it's a fairly common thing with the swamp team. The consistency is getting slightly better, at least in the first part. The second part, I don't know about that, but we'll see. Oh, missed the last one. We were fine up until the last jump, and I realized I needed to make a height adjustment. That threw me off a bit. Okay, there we go. First trying to shell jump is always very satisfying. Oh, missed it on the first jump. Yeah, I really had to watch the animation on the first landing. Getting back there quickly, at least. Nope. Well, we'll discover what we can. Still not sure about that exit, though, if the mushroom spawns on top of you. Nope. So we're usually, on our best attempts, within one jump of actually making it. So it's the final jump where I'm just into it poorly and not quite getting the bounce that we want. There we go. Nope. Yeah, because there's a time bomb that happens in the bottom left for the power activation with the hard block. I saw that quite some time ago. Just haven't managed to survive this up to this point yet. A little higher. Nope. There we go. No. Yeah, you have to be very, very solid with that crouch jump. James Edwards, wrong Maker game. We're on Maker 1 today. I will be getting back to running Maker 2 very regularly after Maker 1 shuts down, though. We typically do fewer levels at least once a week. Because I normally am a Maker 2 streamer. But not today. Wrong system, at least this week. Whoops. Well, we'll see if we can push through it. Oops. The tech is interesting enough that, despite not being able to close it out, we're sticking with it for a little longer. Nope, not quite. There we go. Finally. Now, so, this is the best we've done. We're going to hit the Podoboo, and we're going to be small coming out of the pipe. The problem is, if we are still small coming out of the other side, and we pick up the mushroom immediately upon exiting the pipe. How do we get through the one tile gap? Goose time, don't panic. So wait, did you say the mushroom spawns directly on top of the pipe? Because if it does, then maybe we need to... kind of do a crouch that doesn't send you back down to the pipe immediately. Yeah, I will be big no avoiding it, which means that I need to do the same kind of crouch jump interaction, except probably going to the right, if I understand it. Unless I just do some kind of like... well, we'll see. What do we hold down and then jump immediately? Nope. That's not it. No. I don't know how to do it. I was thinking that maybe if we spawn out of the pipe and I'm small, then I jump immediately. Basically I pick up the mushroom while I'm crouched, and then do the same kind of let go down and then keep jumping as before. That's the only thing I can think of that would work. And I don't know if it works because we don't really know the mechanic. You just hold down while standing on the left or right side of the pipe, not in the middle. Yeah, but then how do I get under the slot there? Is it just with a series of crouch jumps, or...? We'll see, because I find that sometimes when N Mario says, why don't you just do this? He's usually right. Missed. Because it's true that there is a one tile... But the thing is, if you're tall, you can't actually stand. No, wait, right? Like if you... Oh, you mean like this? And then you just try to slip in under that one slot, right? Without... But if you're trying to slip in under that one slot, perhaps you have to let go of crouch in midair. Okay. Oh, missed it on the last one. I was wondering why it was taking so long. Well, getting more attempts here, at least. Final obstacle is a subversion of the mechanics I'm taught, hence the level is named Duck Duck Goose. Yeah, that makes sense. Because we have to reprogram ourselves from having been reprogrammed, essentially. Oh, whoops. My mistake. I feel like we're going to choke on that a lot. Potentially. Hang on. Let's try to get this. Here we go. Nope. Awful timing on the landing there. Nope. As long as we fail in a way that allows me to retry. Shell jump does happen. Awful landing. There we go. Much too late on a jump. I don't know why it's so troublesome to see that timing. It is fairly precise though. Something that you need to do so many times. It's harder to do than a shell jump, to be honest. Quite a bit harder. Nope. Much too late. Let's find the window here. Nope. Pretty satisfying every time I do it, though. Yeah, we just totally lost timing here when it comes to getting back up. Alright, let's go through here again. Try it many times. Feels like I've been here a while. Oh, nope. Yeah, that part is just an absolute terror. Oh, nope. It's a bust. Up we go. Nope, missed the last one. Always. I think I'm eagerly anticipating the successful jump at the end. As soon as I hear the bomb go off, and then we're jumping early and just missing it. Let's get a little bit too excited at the prospect of success. Nope. Have to find that pocket of timing. Once again. Oops. Let's not let go so soon. Maybe getting a little bit impatient to get back to now. There we go. Yeah, still pretty satisfying to sort of sort this out obstacle by obstacle though. Which has been stuck in the execution requirement for some time now. Nope. Being a little risk averse about the jump timing here, just because I do want to be able to retry it. Doesn't mean I'm going a bit late. But definitely too late. Okay, there we go. Took too long that time. Nailed it immediately after all that work on the shell jump. I feel like I'm doing everything slightly early now, just out of eagerness to get back. It's a very rough consistency check. Very, very rough. Let's just find it again. We can. We had it for a while. No. Oh, no. That was a mistake. Here we go. Not even getting to that room as much as we did before, which is a big problem. Well, we're doing what we can. Yikes. Yeah, whatever the timing was, we just lost it for some reason. There we go. Nope, released it. One jump too early. Best attempt in a while, but we need to get back to it more often to basically roll the dice in that. With the Muncher part, can I keep holding down but rapidly press jump? You do need to release crouch. The reason that you have to release crouch is otherwise you get sent down to pipe. I'm losing the crouch because I am letting go of down the whole time that I'm bouncing. If I hold down at all, then I enter the pipe. Right? So, like, basically, right as I do the first jump, I let go of down, which is, I know, not visible at all on the stream, but that's what's happening there. So we can't crouch into pipe. I mean, I think I'm doing the thing that I have to do, which is aren't doing it well. I don't know that there is an alternative. You thought it was a 0.5 second delay before entering pipes? If you're hitting down at all, I don't know about that. Because the thing is, I have to be on the ground to crouch, right? I don't think I can stand on top of the pipe and do a crouch jump from that position. If that's what you're asking. Yeah. Because I have to be grounded to get into the crouch, right? If I lose the crouch. And if I'm grounded, then entering the pipe takes priority. Okay, let's try it again. And head over. No, lost it. After about 4 jumps. Let's find the timing again. There we go. Yeah, it's a hard execution check, that one. I mean, maybe people who do play well for consistency can do it with relative ease, but this is very much our kind of kryptonite here, this sort of interaction. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if we'll necessarily do it. This is taking me well over an hour at this point. But then, of course, that's including the time it took to figure out the initial obstacles, which was very satisfying to do. Oops. But at this point, it was a sort of intellectual element of what to do has been solved, and the rest is just grind. And of course, a little bit with the mushroom pipe in the next room. So. Oh, no, that was a mistake. That's okay. I'm not too worried getting up to that point. It's just sometimes fussy to get a shell jump, but we know we can do it. Much of the time. Much of the time. Not all the time. There we go. Okay, there we go. No, lost it. Jump height was too big anyway. I mean, jump height would have been fine if we'd maintained a crouch, but they just aren't consistent enough in general. Not too much about that. No, lost it. Well, let's see. Might as well practice here on this block while we can. See, now we can do it. Just trying to practice ahead of time so we can get a feel for it. I'm not holding down through any of this. Just trying to get warmed up for it. Just trying to get a feel for the timing until we can get it consistently. I don't know if we'll be able to get it. But I think practicing in that location just to get warmed up is not a bad idea. Lost it completely. Immediately, too. But... Okay, so let's try it again, just to because I have been trying to do the 2-button methods before, and just to see if that's going to salvage us at all, but we don't have a good sense of muscle memory for it. Okay, that's closer to what we need. Just trying to get the rhythm for it. It'll take a lot of practice. Oh, no, missed the blocks completely. Although, yeah, no, that matters because we can't get into the crouch jump. But after all that practice, too. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, it's heavily dependent on how long you press the button, that's the thing. The key is to be as consistent with the press length as you can be. Usually we can get up to about 5 or so. That's how we do it. Let's see if we can do it. And the offset between the platform and the ground on the first landing is also a bit of a problem. Yeah. Because of course you're starting at about half a tile above where you are going to wind up doing it repeatedly, and so the first jump is a little bit different. Azalea, welcome. We've been stuck on this one for a while now, but we figured out the problem-solving aspect of doing this level. We just can't execute the jumps. And yeah, Ancient of Ones, rather. Welcome as well. Nope, lost it. So this level, for those coming in, is entirely about understanding when to keep the crouch animation while letting go of the down button. Down input. And Chris Layer, thank you for the follow. Oops. And so we're losing to the consistency check near the end of the level. I got past it once and then we choked at the end. But we've been losing repeatedly to the consistency check for probably about an hour now, I think. So we'll see. Yeah, I hope the stream went well on your end as well. A hat in time, I see. Something I still have to catch up on at some point, as far as the platforming library is concerned. Got it. Yeah, at this point the shell jump is just a matter of time. Lost it immediately. Well, we've been on this for some time. Yeah, we need to get the first bounce down correctly, and then we lost it. Yeah, this is not at all easy. Oops. Not quite there. Come on. Let's do it. Maintain the crouch here, as you can see. And yeah, thank you so much for coming by. It's our pleasure. Lost it. I don't know if we'll get it, but at this point, sunk cost fallacy has truly kicked in. This level kind of took over the stream a little bit today, but that's just what happens sometimes when we get something appropriately challenging. Oops. There we go. Crouch pipe fallacy, exactly. And yeah, thank you so much for leaving a lurk, Azalea. Mario Maker 1 was and still is the good old days. Yeah, we've been playing a lot of Maker 1 since January. The server shutdown was announced last October. I kind of wish now that I just started doing this in October. And, you know, we really could have used the extra 2 months to see more levels. I mean, no matter how early I started with this, I would have come out feeling like I wanted to see more Maker 1, I think, but... But the fact that we're learning a lot of stuff about this game all the way to the end, I think has been very satisfying to realize. Okay. Remember, no matter how long it might take you to figure out something technical on the level and get it down consistently, just remember that the people playing Trimming Nerves have it worse. That's just advice for life. I actually mainly play Maker 2, Chris Slayer. I was never that active in Maker 1 while the community itself was active in its original run, because I started streaming after that. I'm mainly a Maker 2 streamer most of the time, but since January we have been focusing on Maker 1, just to get it out of the way before the shutdown. We'll be switching back to a lot of Maker 2 starting later this month. Oops. I play some other things too from time to time. Mostly either side-scrollers or strategy games, but a lot of other idiosyncratic indie games as well. Yeah, I've been going back to as much 1 as I have because I felt like I missed out on a lot of the good stuff while Maker 1 was still active. And we only really got to see a lot of how good Mario Maker can be starting in 2, and of course 1 has so many unique mechanics and other features that didn't make it to 2, and it's been a very fresh experience. And nice to meet you too. Red Knight, I don't know how well you know this tech. So this level is all about just letting go of crouch strategically while maintaining the crouch animation. And then we're just dying like crazy to the consistency check in the second half. This Mario seems like a stand-up guy. Yeah, I know, except, you know, he really shouldn't be right now. This is not the moment for stand-up comedy. Yeah, so the idea is that you let go of the down button and you still maintain crouch at a certain frame in a jump. And we have to do it very consistently in the next part. And I just can't quite seem to hit the timing. No. I don't know if this is a moment for victory. I'm going to have to bail on this in a few attempts, unfortunately. I'm glad I tried. I'm glad we actually got through that gate once and just died in the finale because I didn't think about it properly. But I don't actually know how I could get through the consistency check here a second time. So yeah, right now what's happening here is that I'm letting go of crouch in order to avoid entering the pipe while I do a crouch bounce until the bomb expires and takes out the munchers up above. Oh, I didn't hit this. But the idea is that you have to hit this and then get into a crouch jump without entering the pipe. So let me show you. So what this level is all about is stuff like this, where it is, so I hold down, I jump and I release down. And I try to continue crouch jumping while not holding down and therefore not entering a pipe later on. Like this. I have to do this quite a bit. And so I'm not holding down while that's happening, basically. Likewise, I'm not holding down for much of this as soon as my head is under. Or this. And we're trying to do a crouch grab here on a single column. Whoops. I mean, tech isn't confusing once you get used to it. Like, at this point, I know exactly what I'm supposed to do. I just can't do it. The logic makes a certain amount of sense once you see it in action. Whoops. Because there's a very tight window where basically you re-jump while keeping the crouch without having to press down. Which is also how we're doing the spin pickup here. I'm letting go of down after I do the first jump. So we don't put on the shelmet. Specifically so we avoid putting on the shelmet. Whoops. It's really quite tricky. And I've actually been doing worse than I was earlier. The idea is that you have to get a crouch shell jump like this without putting on a shelmet. And yeah, right now you probably see what I mean now, that you basically have to avoid holding down while grounded. Got it. Got it. Okay, this is the second time we've ever got it. We need to not choke on the ending. Yeah, you're not a fan of shells. I totally understand that. So, we need to let go and try to sneak in this side. I think so, anyway. Maybe I need to dash in that. So we need to not hold down and hop in the middle of the pipe. Let's think about this carefully here. I thought we could maybe slip in this way. Like if we do a series of crouch jumps going right. Let me think about this. Pause chap, probably. You don't think I can move fast enough to let go of crouch? Yeah. So we need to... Well, we need to not get into the crouch in the middle, right? So just a wiggle, or... Jump from the left safe zone into the right safe zone and slide. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. But then I can't hit the wall to do it, right? And I can't hit the middle to do it. So I have to avoid the wall because that sends me down. And I have to avoid the middle because it sends me down the pipe. Almost. We have 346 seconds to do this correctly, as long as we don't get into the pipe by mistake. Got it! Well, I earned it. And despite the amount of work it took just to get a second attempt on the finale there, quite grateful you showed that to me, Dr. Cliche. It's been really fun to see so many new things over the course of the levels that you sent me so far. Look at that. 2 minute 40. We got that done in no time. Thank you so much for the GGs. That took some work. Yeah, Dr. Cliche, we had to take a break from some of this stuff. 0.42% on this. I kind of feel like a lot of people just bailed out of it. Where 0.42 seems really high, probably because a lot of people just quit as soon as they didn't understand the tech. But I don't know. Small sample size, you never know. I mean, tons of attempts on it, obviously. Anyway, thank you so much for that. Natcat suggested something a long time ago, like hours ago, and I want to bring that one in. Because Natcat always has fun things for me, so... Let me just scroll way up to chat if I can find it, and we'll punch that in. I don't know if it's actually still within the buffer of the chat, to be honest. Yeah, it is, just barely. Just barely visible in the chat. Not visible on the screen because I'm a gamepad. I've got a Netcat. Don't worry about it. And then afterwards, yeah, there was one other code somebody dumped in here earlier from Tobias. We'll see if they're still around after that. I don't know if they are. And if not, we have lots and lots of codes on my end too that are suggested codes that I want to get through. Anyway, here's White Devil Mega Man. And let's see it. This is from 2018, late 2018. We might be doing slightly easier levels for the rest of the stream, and that's okay. We try to keep things interesting. Anyway, Mega Man's going to enter here and try to remain in his current form. Oh, spoke too soon. Spoke way too soon. Okay, that's fine. Maybe we'll get another Mega Buster soon enough. There we go. Totally can't get through the top right there to the next area, but here's a checkpoint. We'll bust that and that. And just Mega Man our way up. So this looks like it's a timing check. Oh. So we have to listen to this. But then... Oh. Okay, we made it somewhat, but we have to get Mega Man over here. So, yeah, it's the first one that I can't quite see often. I'm trying to listen to the audio cue. Yeah, when is the first one coming up? Nope. Nope. I don't think I can hear the audio cue for, or the timing for when the first one's coming up. Like when the first one comes up, we just have to go, I think. And got it. Oh, we shouldn't guess it. Maybe we need to reset through the door and find a consistent timing from there. Like, we'll try to find a consistent timing from the door. Yeah, because then... maybe... that's a better way to do it. Just do it from the door so you can see exactly what timing you need. Yeah, we occasionally find a way. Whoop. Likewise with this one, we'll just do it from the pipe so we don't need to guess. We can just go immediately, probably. Oh, that's a long timing. I'll just stall for a little bit on each of these. I'm amazed that worked. But the resets are gentle. And here's the classic Wily door for whichever robot master we're going to be facing. Oh, it's the White Devil, though. That's what we're facing. Oh, and there's going to be scrolling music, probably. Oh, unless... No, not scrolling music, but it's just going to be a track setup for a particular boo pattern. Oh, the boos are going to assemble into the devil. I bet. Oh, once we get past a certain point. We need to hit POWs, I'm sure. But... get on top of the drive ones and hit POWs. Maybe. Let's just try to get the bones back, and then... yeah, Muncher's in the central column, as you can see, so eventually, after a couple of cycles... So yeah, it was scrolling music after all. I was wondering what was scrolling in, because we saw the boos, of course, synchronized. And... always impressive to see what people were already doing with looping music and make one when the tech to keep it controlled was in a much less developed state. Okay, there's another muncher, and then we'll hit the third one after we grab this. Very generous with power-ups, hence a high clear rate. Still engaging. Oh, missed it. Got it. And then, here's the devil. What a handsome devil. And just to make sure you get the Mega Man ending, you somehow lost it in the previous room. This costume here. I don't think that person from earlier was still here, but we can take a look at that code regardless. As long as it's not something super long. In case it's something interesting. You never know when people might toss something in. And yeah, really nice implementation of that boss fight for sure. As you were saying. It's always interesting to see just how flexibly people created video game tributes within Mario Maker. We've seen a pretty good chunk of those over time. Let's see if I have the right code here. And if this looks like it's not that interesting, we'll go over to something else that I have queued up. We've got a huge pile of codes, as I said. And some of the recommendations I've been receiving have been really quite fun. So. Find the exit, probably, right? If I don't really speak German. But finde den Ausgang seems like it's find the exit. Somebody can correct me on this. Let's just see what it is. Buy MK7, please, has the record on this. Too late now. Yeah, people are sending me, Maker 1 codes at this point. I assume they have good stuff, so... And that might be wrong, but this looks like it's going to be an exploration level. And it's going to send me here. I think that's just matched with the previous section, though. And oh, that's okay, because I did bust down one brick here. But then you transfer between main world and subworld, and there's going to be some kind of change, right? Because this was this the original entrance? We can't see because the semi-solids block the arrow. I'll to see what this is then. Yeah, because you do go subworld, and you can see that there's this brick here that I broke earlier, which is still in place. So we'll just have to see how the subworld and main world are matched, because there's going to be something that changes between them. I bet. Whoops. Oh, couldn't really see what was going on here. Well, why don't we enter this first, just to see what's going on. So you enter the subworld. Yes, you basically have to navigate a nearly identical or seemingly identical main world and subworld to pass through this. So right now we're in the subworld. Now we're in the main world. We'll keep track of it as much as we can, just to understand what's going on. And then we can enter this. So now we are in the subworld. Ah, and then progress. That looks good. Then can we flip into here? Okay, so it's kind of like it flips you between these. So we don't really have a safe spot to stand for the middle pipe, but presumably those middle pipes are also matched. So maybe we should just get across here, though. Oh, no, there's nothing there. Okay. Never mind. Okay, and you don't go that far here, so up we go. And we found Junior here, which... Oh, okay, and it's mushrooms from the pipe, isn't it? Good. Because then we can just dunk him a little bit. Let's stay well out of his way if we can. Stay away from the pipe, too, so we can grab this. And then we're out through this end. Now, what's this all about? We need to step on it to get across, yeah. At least get across safely. We'll need to do it multiple times. Who would like to circle around? Okay, that's okay, we'll just damage boost around it. And then need to avoid some of this stuff. That's okay, we can do that. We can even get up top on the ceiling, but can't really progress from there, so... Oh! Totally thrown off by that mystery mushroom there. It seems like there's probably a block under the door, if I had to guess. But at this point, we know how to proceed. And... yeah, it's going to be changing to the subworld. Back to the main world, and then into the middle pipe. Not progressive. Well, now we know. And we'll spawn this skewer over here, stand on this coin. This will get us down to Junior. And we'll pop him quickly if we can get the mushrooms safely before too long. Whoops. Nope. Totally missed it. That's okay. We'll take the same path because we know it now. I don't even know what the equivalent path is if you don't change subworlds, but we're not going to find out yet. Lucky! Hopefully we can cheese something with this. Probably not, because we need to make it past Junior first. I mean, maybe it gets you past the whole bullet jumping bit later on. If you manage to keep Lanky for that length of time. While getting past Junior. Oh, didn't. That's okay. Okay. Okay, let's grab the mushroom. Again, the next part can be damage boosted if we miss bullet. And if not, we can do this instead. There's a mystery mushroom, which does take priority over other. Oh, that was Metroid. Why can't Metroid crawl? Let's get in here. And yeah, that's just a drop. That's okay. We'll proceed this way. And look at that, it's paper jam. Then we need to get past all these guys. I can't quite see the floor here. Let's scroll down a bit to see what's going on. Okay, that is the floor. It's just airship camera Bob being a nuisance as always. This guy would like to back up kindly. Or jump down. 1 or 2. Oh, he jumped down. Okay, let's get out. Looks like it's probably a vine climb in the middle here. But it does mean we need to bop him somewhere. You got Bowser Fire as well. That's okay, we'll get up and pop him. Once we don't get zoned up by Bowser Fire. We might as well check every question block here. Just in case there's a fish that lands on us or something. Stiletto on the other side. Alright, let's just get past cautiously. Ooh, close one. Now, why wouldn't we want to swap on a P-switch? Oh. Oh, that's too bad. Didn't expect to take damage there. That's okay. We know how to get there. And let's see where we can go from here. We'll leave this in case we need mushroom. Although lanky mushroom would have been nice, obviously. And let's head down. We'll hit Junior. And once we pass the sledge segment later, I think we're in moderately good shape. Yeah, it seemed like, as we were talking about repeatedly, it's just so much more common in Maker 1 to see people build big, you know, big explorable structures like this one. It's very common in Maker 1, just not at all the case in Maker 2. It's okay we take some hits here, we can just grab Mystery Mushroom. Oh, it's actually a random Mystery Mushroom, so we'll get Mr. Saturn instead. And we'll gladly take him. We can finish with Mr. Saturn, that's even better. Then we'll go down to the sledge segment down here. Just try to get these guys down quickly before we even get into the Bowser Fire problem that presents itself afterwards. Okay, now we'll have Saturn plus Boo. We'll disable all of them. We want to keep the P-switch disabled. Big Mushroom. Now we're playing with power somewhat. Oh. Okay. Can't really see who's who when we've got the big mushroom everywhere, but it's kind of level that just screams, "Look at me, I've got the 8-bit amiibo." We can't jump on that one, this Bowser. This Bowser even on the best of days, so the key's gonna be on this one on the right. And then Can we enter the car just to see where we can go? We want to avoid any semi-solid soft locks, obviously, if that becomes... Okay, so let's just go through the door. Let's just go through the door. Not mess around too much. Now, is this the actual exit? Yes, it is. Got it. So yeah, I don't know if the creator left a while ago. I assume they did. Because I don't see them on the list, but hopefully retroactively get a kick out of that at some point. Is sound cutting out? Okay, we'll fix it. It could be my end, just judging by how my stream typically goes. So give me one moment and we will repair it. And then we'll dial up the next level after that. So I'll be right back as we attempt this. Yeah, it is cutting out intermittently. Thanks for letting me know immediately. And hopefully the sound synchronization is alright. Dr. Cliche, you're saying 7 rejected pieces on your profile. I'll need to get back to that in just a moment. If you want to grab the code from me, I know I can just kind of mess around and browse my profile or whatever, but let's take a look here. Yeah, if you want to drop in the code for that specific one, if you have it handy, that would be good. I'm going to probably dial in one more before that, just so we can get through. Oh, okay. Actually, beat me to it, so let's just punch that in. I know it should be on my personal profile if I go back to liked courses. But we'll just do it this way instead. Yeah, hopefully this will not take me as long as the last one. But we'll learn a few things. 7 rejected pieces. With the very appropriate emoji here, as we can see. Let's take a look. Might be similar to the format of the GDQ variety pack that we saw last time. Very similar, in fact, I would guess. Okay, so in this room we need to hit 2 POWs, and we need to figure out how we're going to do it. Can we grab it? It's not going to be with that crouch buffer that we saw. Oh, it totally is with that crouch buffer that we saw earlier. Now, I'm tempted to drop the POW over here. Well, we can't ground pound it there, though, so that's not going to be right. But yeah, because I'm thinking about how the activation is going to work at this point, because if we unstack the piranha by 1, then we can spin on the other one, but then how to grab the POW on the right. Because I'm thinking that... Yeah, because like we can't really do a ground pound here. We don't have enough height to do that anyway. So then where do we drop this? Probably not like that.
Oh, no.
I think we drop 1 POW into that slot and then, well, no, that doesn't make sense. It's okay, we'll figure it out. Yeah, again, this is with the crouch pickup that we learned in the other level. But then we'd have to learn something else now too. Because I don't know how this POW will be reached, basically. If there's a way to maybe... yeah, we can't really stop this from here.
Oh,
Oops.
no.
And again, there's this... over here, so we know how to pick it up. But then now what do we do? It has to be... what if it's actually... whoops, with something like the spin pickup. As for guidance at any time, some of the stuff is pretty obscure, though mostly not difficult to execute. Yeah, I want to think about it first, but... oh, we don't need to start over necessarily, do we? Yes, we do. Yeah, because, you know, I'm maybe often not going to discover this organically, but... because I'm wondering about the placement of this brick here. That sort of implies that there's a way to kind of slip towards it. Like if you do a POW bounce on top of the piranhas, for instance, where... like... so interestingly enough, the POW doesn't bounce on top of the piranhas. I thought POWs typically did, but they actually just stacked their way down instead, which I was not expecting. But I wonder if there's this overlap that you can do where you stomp on a POW as it's going down. I don't know, how do you use the other POW? Yeah, because we know how to do this pickup, we don't know how to do this. Unless there's some kind of displacement that we can get. Like if you whack the POW over here. Because the thing I can think about is, okay, let's say you drop the bridge, then how would you activate any of that? If you drop it into this location. Now what is the donut block doing for me? And what is this brick doing for me? Now, like, you don't have enough tiles to do a ground pound anyway, so it's not gonna be that. But oh, whoops. Because I wonder if there's a way to pick up the POW on the right side, or if it has to be something remote. We can jump up out of that. Then what do we do? So I'm trying to think about whether it is possible to pick up the remaining POW on that side. What if I do some kind of POW trade? Oh, you can't come out this pipe anyway, so never mind that. And then now I'm actually stuck. Spin back up or something, maybe? Yeah. And why would you? So, I mean, you're giving me 2 POWs here. I assume that we do, in fact, need to detonate both. And now we can't just, you know, race the ground pound over here and assume that something will happen. Yeah, you might need to let me know what I should be thinking about, if there's some kind of gentle hint that's possible here, because I think I'd have to... Because right now I don't know how the POW on the right side is reachable. At all. And the second POW is acquired in essentially the same way as the first. Yeah, but the first one we could kind of do the ground pound here, right? And here we don't have the headroom to do it. Unless we jump out of the donut block as it's going down slightly, and obviously we can't do that with the muncher. And ground pound on a second brick as well. I'm thinking that the way to do it is that if you use the first POW to take out the first piranha plant, then you get enough height to potentially do it. Not like that, but you have to get rid of the first piranha. Ground pound on a second brick as well. Perhaps I need to kind of displace my way over. Here we go. Want to get on the far right edge, crouch, jump, twirl, and then pound. Crouch, jump, twirl, and then pound. I can't visualize that at all, to be honest. Like, crouch, jump. Oh, you like that?
Oh no!
Jump out of the plume to pick up the POW. It's the same trick as the first one. The complication is I need to ground pound in a very tight space. Does that even reach, though? That seems unusual that it would be able to reach that. Oh, I see. Okay. So yeah, that gives you the ground pound. Need to be mostly over the gap sort of thing that checks, am I too close to ground pound? It says no.
Oh,
I'm not sure if this is possible in Maker 2. I don't know my new soup tech that well. Mostly over the gap so that thing that checks, am I too close to ground pound? Yeah, I see what you mean. So there's no reason why I can't just spend the first POW immediately then, right? And then just get in over here if it's all about to pick up on this one. But a second brick is a solid block, but that level is truly, truly brutal, I can imagine so. Oh, no.
oh no!
Yeah, you need to stall so your hang time is long enough for the game to let you pound. Okay, I actually didn't know that you could do it. I feel like we would have seen it in Maker 2 if it were possible, but who knows. The second way to get a second pound with ground pound is easier and intended. Yeah, because if you're telling me that it's possible to get a twirl on top of something like a hard block, that also means it's possible to, for example, ground pound on top of a POW, right? And then if you do that, then you can just build a bridge and maybe activate the first one here. If you're saying that you can pick up the POW without the compression that you get from the brick going down. Okay. Need to be way, way out. Nope, not quite. I don't think I'm far enough to do the pickup. Trying to do it here. Don't see that I can reach, but if I fill in the gap, you won't have emptiness under my feet. No. Pixel perfection isn't happening here. Okay. I think if I fill in the gap, I won't have emptiness under my feet. You mean I'm able to reach all the way? Whoops. See, this is what happens when you send this to somebody who is temperamentally very much not a precision player. Let's, I don't perceive pixel lineups very well, so. Oh, okay, no, I see what you mean. That, yeah, because you need it to be empty to have the game detect that the ground pound is available. I see what you mean. That you can't fill in the bridge. You need the gap in order to have the game let you detect enough height available. The alternate very hard method of acquiring the second pound doesn't involve the first pound. Okay. Got it. That was tricky. Checkpoint, thankfully. Let's see room 2. And let's go through it in order so I don't lose track. So, we need to hit the POWs, but then we also need to hit... Oh, I see what's happening here, is that it's blocks all the way through here. Which means that we need to hit the POWs in such a way that we have a tile available to go through the door, but we don't block our way back up. Because if we hit the first POW, everything goes down by 1 block and then we can't continue past that point. Right? So we need to hit the first POW and then we need to activate one of these blocks without activating the others. How does that happen? And we need to go low enough to get the coin, because basically it's going to be blocks above you right here. Right? As expected. Which means that we needed to, perhaps...
Oh no!
have a POW to stand on. Where? Let's take a look here. Yeah, Natcat, go ahead and send me something if you want to throw in a code. We might be a while on this one simply because we're doing so many segments at a time. So yeah, this is going to go down as soon as you hit one of the POWs. You need it to go down to get a coin, but how do you do it without trapping yourself under one of these blocks? That's the trick here. Maybe there's a particular jump that you need to get that is right on time to let you get through here.
Oh no!
Maybe that's not what I was going for. Oh, you know what it might be. So I learned this from one of the kinds of levels that we absolutely did not pass. That perhaps we can do... here's one of these interactions again. So the ground pound animation sends Mario's head up slightly, so if you ground pound below a block, you will activate it. Poke Ninja swag, welcome. I don't know if that's useful at all here. Because the trick is to get through this stuff without hitting the blocks, which means that we need to be like maybe a half tile out. Maybe it's a wall jump down to the right, like on top of the pipe. Will we wall slide down to the pipe? And can we get a coin if we're within reach that way? No, not really. I was hoping that we could maybe wall slide out of that and then my head would be high enough that we could get out. But the thing is, you'd still need to activate at least one of these to have something to stand on for the door, so that can't be it. But I think if you hit the POW and then stall a second time, then you drop 2 punches and get out the pipe. Yeah, the door actually just sends you back in. You don't want to go out this door, you want to go out the pipe. Which means that you actually want to hit both POWs in one go. The way to hit both POWs in one go is almost certainly with some kind of air stall. Like you want to jump up, hit, stall, and then ground pound, perhaps. In some order. Yeah, no, we shouldn't be trying to get through the door, we should be trying to get through the pipe. And I feel like it does require the ground pound as part of the chain, where you hit and then you kind of have to ground pound out of that to hit the second time. Don't know if we can quite execute that yet, because you would need to do a double hit basically, and I don't know if we need to intersperse that with a twirl or something. Basically, if you manage to get the second input down faster, the ground pound might be within range to hit that. And that's the only thing I can think of. And it's going to come a bit late. But I feel like the ground pound is definitely the way to do it, looking at this. What if I did it slower? I was thinking, like, what if I air stalled in the middle? To try to... like... because you see, the animation sends you up. But if you hit the block already, maybe that cancels the animation that you need. So maybe you need to hit... I mean, I've got to be on the right track, right? That the ground pound has to be part of this somehow to get the second activation, or possibly even the first activation. Okay. Got the right idea, but the block has a refractory period. Yeah, because when you hit the block, you don't get the animation frame that you need in order to get the extra height, right? Get some time between the block and the ground pound, okay. Not that long. Not that much time. Got it. That's a double hit. Yeah. I wouldn't have known that's how to fix the timing. I'm glad we at least sort of figured out that that was the right idea. See this one? We need to exit out the door. That means we need to get into the column over here. Again, it might be... well, we need to hit both blocks here, right? So... Oh,
Oh no!
so we need to be riding Yoshi. And then... Oh, we actually missed a... Oh no, it's here. This room has never been figured out by anyone, so basically you need to give me guidance, or give anybody guidance to do it, right?
Oh no!
Impossibly obscure? Yeah, you might as well just tell me then. If you... Unless you want to hear theories or something, but... I absolutely would not have theories. Maybe it's something in the animation transition here, where... Believe it or not, this was a race level and all the other rooms were figured out quickly except this one. There's this weird thing with Yoshi's head. So do we need to hit it with the front of his head or something? And then... You walk, run off the edge of the platform, then when you flutter into bricks, you don't bounce off them normally. Let's try it. I would not have thought of this. You want to hold a direction and flutter at the right time. Okay. And so if he's in a falling state but not the jumping state, you're telling me that Yoshi's head is going to behave differently. Oh, too early. Walked off.
Oh no!
Just phase through the block. Interesting. Hold the direction and flutter at the right time. Well.
Oh no!
We'll see how the coin works into that. Possibly we just go around to get the coin first, because then... We'll jump and run off. Yeah, basically we want to go at a certain location that will allow Yoshi to cut right through the bottom brick and then continue onto the coin without getting done. Is that how I understand it? Like that, except we have to hit on the way over. Okay. Yeah, so at some point we have to hit on the way over. Oops.
Oh no!
Seems like a narrow timing for that, which is why, given that if the difference is whether Yoshi jumps or not at the beginning, no wonder people wouldn't find it. That's how to do it. And then we can just do this and oh, no. No, I can't. Didn't even think about it, just dropping down into the abyss. Whoops. Yeah, we get on top of that with Yoshi afterwards, obviously. Or just wall jump up the one-way panels. That's supposed to go. So strange. Okay, whoops.
Oh no!
Not quite. A bit early here. Yep.
Oh no!
And we did find it earlier, we just didn't think about it properly. Where the second bit, because we really should have just wall jumped up the one-way panels and done it that way. Yeah, I am trying to walk off. That's how I am doing it.
Oh no!
The main thing that trip people up is that this tech doesn't work if you jump off. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you would figure that out from the available evidence. That Yoshi maintains the upward momentum that way. Okay. Let's try it. There we go. Oh, missed it. Why didn't we just do the wall jump off the one-way panel from the side previously? Why did I not do that? Because we can, it should be absolutely trivial, and how do we fail at? Oops.
Oh no!
For a second, we'll just hold jump and run off. Natural flutters at the perfect height to phase through. Hold jump and run off. Oh, okay, I see. Like if you hold jump, then you run into this. I see, okay, okay. Hadn't occurred to me actually that hold and jump just feeds into the flutter after you land on the ground. I don't think I've really even used that before in a totally standard setting. It doesn't look like you have enough height to wall jump up repeatedly, right? If that's... Oh, because it looks like the platform is going to fly up either way, that it's going to, you know, lift the munchers and the munchers come back down, and then you kind of have to stall past that point. And you have to get on the platform first, obviously, which we'll see. Maybe a wall jump off the one-way panels or something. We'll see. Oops.
Oh no!
Kind of feel like it might be. I mean, or we're just overthinking it. We just crush jump over. We had the right idea. We just wall jump repeatedly. Yeah. We got 2 of them. I wonder if we can get 4.
Oh no!
And if you fall back down on the platform, well, I mean, you can't do that while the munchers are still on the other side. I think it's just a timing thing, maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe you could only do 2. And then perhaps you need to do the ground pound activation again. Like the ground pound cancel afterwards. Or maybe not. Mario grabs the wall more quickly if you're holding jump. Interesting. Hang on.
Oh no!
So you basically hold jump until you make contact with the wall again, right? Or wall jump. Instead of trying to tap.
Oh no!
The easiest way is just multiple jump buttons. Maybe. We'll see. Have to rethink our technique a little bit here. Oh, whoops. That was totally the wrong button. Yeah, so you're holding jump the whole time, like you hold B and press A or something while you're doing it. I don't have habits for that kind of unconventional play at all, so... Oops.
Oh
Let me have it.
no!
To not just straight up miss. Oh, no, just missing it.
Oh no!
We don't have muscle memory for this kind of thing at all, so... Yeah, I'm just missing the repeated jump now. Ash Ketchum, welcome.
Oh no!
Yeah, because you have a really quick second wall jump there. As we can see, we just missed the top for some reason. I'm doing well today. We've been seeing all kinds of obscure tech in Maker 1. For some reason I didn't make contact the second time. Okay. That's how to do it mostly until we do that. And slip off the side. I could have seen myself doing this without ever actually learning what the mechanic is. Yeah, I could totally see that people might have gotten into a room without understanding what was unique about that kind of wall jump. Anyway, this is just the exit room, so let's keep going. So the bomb is... Oh, just hold up into it? No, you can't. We never saw what was up here. This looks like it's telling me something. Oh, you know what? No, we ground pound and grab it. Same interaction as before. And then try not to die to make a one wall bounce. Did that kind of wall jump with only a single block of space? It should be the same pickup that we had for the POW. Because the bomb will take care of itself and give me the key. Let's not start over.
Oh no!
Do that kind of wall jump with a single block of space. Well, I don't have perfect timing, unfortunately, but...
Oh no!
I feel like there's gotta be this. If it works the same way that the other object pickups do. Oh, that's interesting. That there was a particular frame in the ground pound where the bomb was not within range of me, but was also not blowing up the block. That feels like something that might have just totally glitched out other people's levels in a totally unintended way. But they didn't know that it could happen. You might want to explain to me what just happened there. I protected the block and the bomb by putting it into the being bopped animation, but it has to be in the being bopped animation while you're also out of range of the bomb, right? So you don't. Yeah, you need to jump out of the pound to avoid the bomb. So, attempting in vain to pick it up actually did help me in the end. So this is using the property that we need to just oh, I see, the second POW here, yeah. Okay, I didn't think about that. Let's think about this again. Because for the first POW, yeah, because you're hitting the block down below, Yoshi is not a problem. I feel like maybe just stand over here like that and just flutter into it or something. Oh, that's way out of reach though. But maybe it's with the ground pound. Or something like that, where... Let's try to figure it out. I don't think it's with the ground pound. POW is pretty well out of range there. Well, no, we don't want to crouch into it, obviously. But I need some way to dismount Yoshi, perhaps. Like if you squeeze into the left block, for instance, and somehow dismount Yoshi. From that point on, you wouldn't get dunked through the bridge, though. Doesn't quite make makes sense. Let's see. It could also be something involving the flutter. Like if you stand on the left column. It's not gonna be gonna double hit the
Oh no!
ground pound. Doesn't work with Yoshi. No, what you need to do is you need to not break it on the first jump. That means... Oh no, that sends you up though. But perhaps if we jump off Yoshi such that we can... Then we get... Yeah, because I'm seeing this as that we don't want to break it on the first jump. We should find some way to not break it on the first bounce. So for example, if we have a dismount on Yoshi at exactly the right moment, maybe we're overlapping in such a way that we don't end up on a bridge, or like if we hit it with a dismount or hit it with a dismount plus ground pound or something. No.
Oh no!
But I kind of feel like we need to not break it on the first jump. Somehow, we just needed some way to set that up. No.
Oh no!
Oh, what's wrong? Wrong door. Let's die to this. Perhaps if I'm a little ways off center. Let's try that. Then maybe the ceiling on either side. No, it doesn't. It sets me up.
Oh no!
So is this one something to do with the dismount or the flutter or ground pound animation? Well, that would break it though. You don't want that. Like, I feel like we have to not break it, right? That maybe something with the dismount allows me to reclaim Yoshi after.
Oh no!
Like, if we, for example, mount up on Yoshi while Yoshi is not all the way up. We just... Yeah, we just kind of overlap the bridge while we dismount, and then we get back on Yoshi's saddle and fall back in, right? Like that. Oh, we don't want to do that twice. We don't have to do that twice. We can just hit the second one regularly. And we'll try that. Yeah, like that. And now we just hit this regularly, and then we go. Yeah, I understood the principle of that one. We just need to actually find it. And we got this room. Oh, we're missing a coin somewhere. There's just one room I didn't see. What do we get into approach first? There's something that lets you do the power pickup. I reset after the first room. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. I guess we'll have to redo that one. Yeah, I probably did an accidental start over at some point. I just totally didn't see that I did. Well, we see a square over here. Why would we? Also notice that we probably need to put Yoshi... Oh, no, we probably need to get Yoshi to displace by putting him like halfway, maybe. and then we walk across. No, we can't. No, it's got to be using the POW. Get across, right? Because if the POW is spawning from the pipe, then what I'm seeing this is that perhaps Yoshi has to deflect the POW to get it under the door. That is some kind of Yoshi stack. You know, with the little bump that he does off his back. We can also try to damage state. I mean, it's not lowering this for me. I don't think it's a matter of sneaking through. Okay, maybe it is. I think we're supposed to sneak through with Mario, somehow. Using Yoshi to help activate this, perhaps. And then we use the POW to cut through the munchers and regain Yoshi on this side. And then use him again. So I think we actually do need to sneak over with some interaction that we're setting up here. Without actually mounting up on him. I don't see it though. Maybe there's some kind of twirl that we need to do down there, or... This is in a damaged state, but... Yeah, I don't think this is something I know, then I can tongue the POW. Okay, that's why... Oh, why don't we just do that in the first place next time? And this looks like a POW bounce for sure. Like we get... Or maybe turn him this way a little further. We just need a POW to get enough distance to bounce back and forth against the wall. Nope, that's not it. Or we hit the POW and then let Yoshi naturally bounce the next one. Such that we can jump on the next one, like that. Almost. I feel like that might be the right idea. Oh, it's gonna go the wrong way. It gives you pretty significant distance. Such that I kind of feel like it's doable. Nope, not quite. Snug against the right wall. Oh, but then you have to time it. Yeah, you can't just time from the pipe then, right? You have to... Yeah, because we see this solution all the time in Maker 2 puzzles. Where you try to get the POW to bounce off, but I feel like doing it from the pipe reload is actually going to be simpler. As long as we can get the angle correct. Ride him, snug the wall, dismount, and POW drop the wall. Huh. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Then we can ride it. Because then we get a more regular position, yeah. Let's redo the first room. Did I reset this one? Oh, okay, this one's gonna be so fast to execute then. Because it's kind of a miracle that we got it the first time. I can't believe I reset out of this one. Alright.
Oh no!
I mean, this is one of the hardest ones to execute, I think. So, we'll see what we can do with it. Be very, very careful. Nope. Late on the jump to pick up the POW. Got it. Very tricky. Alright, let's not time out on a key death or something with 450 seconds to go. Shouldn't be an issue. And that's it.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Well, thank you for that one. Natcat, we're going to take a look at the code that you put in earlier in this level. And Dr. Cliche, once again, thank you for showing us so much about Maker 1 right before it goes down. We can't always do it, but at least we know it exists. Nice to have a little last-minute catalog of some of this stuff. You forgot about that ground pound interaction in NSMB. Oh, you mean in terms of ground pound giving you the tiny bit of extra height? Yeah, I learned that in a Kaizo level by Julian way back in January. I didn't know it until that point. Let me see if this is the right code. Just scrolling up the chat. I love the gamepad entry for level code, so much better, incidentally, than fussing with the controller. Nabbit's treasure. Yeah, it seemed like there were a lot of things that I can understand were annoying changes to Kaizo people in particular. Natcat, I don't know if I played this one. This was back in 2016. Again, past a certain point, clear flags and stars are not accurate. I've somehow lost a lot of the ones from years ago on levels that I know I played. I don't know if I played this one because, again, by September 2016, I had mostly dropped off Maker 1 originally. And when I went back to it in 2019, I didn't really play all the popular levels, so this could be something completely new to me. We'll find out. Luca recognizes it. Welcome, Luca. Anyway, Nabbit's going to the bank. Might as well just, you know, run up the top of the bank too, just to really properly clear everything out. Oh, interesting. That's eventually how we'll continue the heist, I see. After we grab the one pink coin in the bank. Let's rob it. It's going to be shell to grab the key, and then key to go up through the other room. Okay, so it's not a coin key yet, it's just... We're going to deactivate the alarm system. And head back up again. I just love looking at all the different animations too. I don't think we'd played as Nabbit up to this point. Oh, yeah, we set off the alarm. Bad idea. Let's stealth our way through. So yeah, we basically get the Thwomp to hit out there. Nope. Totally misreading Thwomp range every time. Yeah, we need to let the Thwomp go back and forth and then lower it in the middle. It's not just go instantly. Bank robbery, stake finesse. Oh. Everything we know about how to rob a bank we learned from the wrong trousers. How come it's... Oh, it doesn't go down if it's over ground. It just passes you. So we should take advantage of it. Yeah, I was thinking, oh, why doesn't it just drop out the track? Well, why not? Because it's over top of ground tiles, and then we sneak past here like that. Yeah, much better. Flumps and clouds, we recognize those. Now we just pass it like this. Very neat. And then we need to... Well, yeah, if you unblock the muncher, then the conveyor sends the blaster over to this side. So we need to basically deactivate these as we go. Nope. Reset. And then we need to hit it accurately. That might be rather vital here. Then narrow spacing here, but we'll get it. And into the vault, we hope. Very nice of the bank to put a checkpoint in the vault. Yeah, and then we'll just stealth our way through here. And here. And we'll have a confined shop. Taking things a tile at a time. Okay, oh, we should have done this again. Thwomp would kindly come back down. And we'll continue this way. So, Pow is going to... Oh, I see, we need to sort of unlock the vault. And in order to do that, we need to send a shell across so we can bust to open the door. Now, it's okay to activate POWs because more shells will come down from the pipe. We basically don't activate this until we've created a path. So we need one muncher remaining. And either one of these, and we actually should have hit the piranha plant earlier first to unstack it by one. You understand that? Order will matter here. And we send this across, that will demolish everything this way. Oh, I totally could have grabbed a Shelmet there, couldn't I? Except Shelmets don't work with Mystery Mushroom in this game, so never mind. Shelmets don't work with Mystery Mushroom in Maker 2 either because there's no Mystery Mushroom. We played a level that had a similar unstacking mechanic to this one. I'm trying to remember who it was by. But we need a star, obviously, to bash your heads against this properly. And then... Oh, hang on. I don't want Muncher to be the last one here. I just think about how we're going to unstack the munchers by one. Is there a POW? Maybe I just needed to redo the order. We didn't look at this carefully. Let's reset. We actually need the fuzzy shell to cut through some of the piranhas on the way through. We actually just need to this by 1. And then we send it through. Yeah, we did another level that had that exact same interaction. It might have been one of SMMs. I'm trying to remember. This was months ago. It was a puzzle level that was in that format. Oh, it might... No, it was actually Tetraterix, I think. One of his earliest ones. Okay, so we're going to bump each of these through. Oh, whoops, no, we better timing that. Unlock this part of the vault. No, better timing. It's okay to let it bounce back a little bit, just to unlock this properly. Nope. Good thing this bank lets us try again. Doesn't just lock us out through a few attempts. Nope. Late. There we go. Open this up, and then there we go. Money. And the power will, of course, drop everything, but we can also just get on top of it. Nah, no, we'll hit it. Dang, nabbit. Exactly. That's where the saying comes from. Okay, so now we are here, and we triggered the alarm system, and the chomps galore, which we'll have to deal with once the alarm system is done its thing, basically. Oh, we need to just get on top here and escape. Escape. Okay. And yeah, there we go. Very appropriate music here as we find ourselves under a timer. Not a bank heist, but a little bit of time pressure. And sure, riches abound. Interesting. I wonder if something will drop us into that. Or, oh no, this is just the little Nabbit rocket ship that we can take off. We're totally gonna die to the timer at this point. It's actually his balloon. He hijacked the Odyssey. This is a little hot air balloon. It's literally a hot air balloon with the burner being the centerpiece there. Thank you for that, Cat. I don't think I had played it before, actually, so but a fun one. Short but obscure one-screen puzzle. Sure, let's take a look. The last of your semi-approachable levels. Oh, yeah, we might as well see what we can. Hopefully the execution requirement isn't going to be too stiff. As long as we sort out what the mechanic's going to be. Yeah, I'm not going to be staying on for too many more today. But we'll hopefully get to run some longer streams later in the week. The Phantom Wigglers. From April 2017. Actually, this level is pretty much exactly 7 years old. If the bomb gets into position over here, blaster lands on the P-switch. If it lands on the P-switch, there's a P-door that's going to send you to a key door. Hang on. Let's look at this properly before we do anything. So, what's the objective here before we just toss bombs everywhere? We need to get on a note block. Which means that there's probably going to be this kind of double reversal through the key door. I don't know if the boo, like the stretch boo there spawns immediately upon going through the door. We might have to basically hold up and port through the door twice, and then the idea is that if the P switch is still active, then you would still be able to jump on a note block. So, you know, P door basically drops in. Wait, then why would you need the key door? Ah, I see. This track over here is probably an invisible block, right? Which tells me that the note block contains a vine. I think. Track is a kind of block. Yeah, exactly. Key door is death. Yeah. Yeah, so that's basically up input prevention. I think that's what it's doing here, is that because cutting through the wigglers will inevitably give you the key. Once you go through the P door, which seems to be concealed underneath the blaster, then you need to drop down in such a way that you get a vine climb. I assume it has to be a vine climb coming out of the note block, but it could, of course, be some kind of obscure mechanic. Because... oh, I see, yes. Oh, I didn't see the semi-solid there underneath the block. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a death spot on the left side. Yeah, I didn't see the semi-solid that I'm standing on right now. No wonder. You'd basically have to wait for the vine to spawn for long enough that vine is going to take priority over door, right? And it should take priority over door. So far as I understand it. But maybe this is Baker 2 head going here. Oh, but you have a mushroom, and if you have the mushroom, then perhaps that's not the case. Wait, but... oh, the mushroom is something spawn block that hits the note block. Okay, I see now. I see now. I was wondering what was hitting the note block, if that's just going to be there. Oh, don't want to carry that, of course. Alternatively, you avoid the key. But I don't know if we can. I don't think you can. Because the bomb has to cut through. Wait a minute, what if it... no, that's gonna hit. I was wondering if there's a way for the bomb to not activate the key, then... it might also be a frame-perfect entry. What if you had a frame-perfect entry through the P door such that it expires right upon exiting out the other side, and then you don't... no, it doesn't work, because the reason that you need the P state to be active is so Mushroom can activate the note block. So that can't be it. Single tap there, we'll get that. If the P-switch expires, there's no way to get it back, so it's not going to be something like that. But basically, if you spawn... while that's active. What if you... Let's think about it, because... Yeah, the semi-solid forces you to stand at the key door location. And then why don't I just double back through the key door while the key switch is still active? If it's a mushroom spot. Oh, because the mushroom once consumed is would remain consumed. But if I hold up basically into the key door, I don't think I can beat the mushroom to that location. But let's see if we hold up. The mushroom doesn't return though, because basically you need to avoid picking up the mushroom. You can. I don't know that it's avoidable. I don't think it is. Because you avoid picking up the mushroom, then you activate it a second time through here. But it's going to go immediately. Short crouch jump in and hold vine. Well, how short is short? Let's see here. I don't think I can get my jump short enough to avoid hitting the block. I don't think just any jump that I can do that's going to be short enough to avoid activating that. But I could be wrong. Let's see here. Key switch is going to activate. So, if we can enter the key door while avoiding the mushroom, I don't think we can do that, though. Timing doesn't seem to make sense for that to happen. So, the things that we need to do are either A... the shroom. Killing the shroom with a turn block. Oh, you mean like as it's expiring? That is true. Because I was wondering if the expiry would actually be potentially helpful if we just count 10 seconds before we enter the door. I like that idea, actually. Because I was thinking about whether... The problem is that would that obstruct the vine? Oh, I missed it. Okay, we need to watch the P-switch timing. Slightly after 5. So we go at 85. Oh, no, that was off by a second. I'm just trying to watch the clock on this. And get a consistent time on it. But 86. Nope. Oh, but then maybe you can do a slight jump instead. Seems to be closer though to what we need. Because then maybe we can actually get a short enough a jump. Yeah, we can get short enough a jump to maybe get on the vine. The rest of the climb, let's see. Dr. Cliché did promise an obscure mechanic though, so possibly something that I don't know yet. No, too late. That's Well, we'll try it this way for a bit. Nope, missed it. I'm trying to find a consistent timing. No, too early. But we should try to recreate it at least once. And we'll see what it is. Oh, missed it. We'll go at 87. Not too early. We need to listen to the music accelerate. And we should be thinking about divine climb logic in terms of how it's detected. Yeah, now that timing didn't quite work this time because we didn't get divine at all, which was my concern. This was why I initially ruled it out, because I was thinking, okay, if you go frame perfect, then nothing falls in divine. But that's because we were slightly late. So it's just a narrow timing window to get the mushroom to not make contact with us, but still give the mushroom enough time to activate the block. We'll try to recreate that at least once, because I think it's going to be just a light tap jump into holding up to climb divine. There. I still like the idea in principle, we just need to find the right timing. Not quite. Maybe we need a timing that would allow me to grab divine before... I don't know divine spawns quickly enough that I would ever be able to grab it before hitting the ground. Such that divine would take priority over door just from how long we're taking to go, but... Oh, whoops, no. No, because you do make contact immediately. Let's think about this. Because the idea is that... thank you for the follow. Let's watch the timing once again. This is at 94, so we're going to go at about 85. Can't go too late. Oh, whoops, no. Trying to listen to the audio cue for this. Whoops. Other thing we can think about is whether there's a way to avoid killing the Wiggler. With a bomb to activate. That's the other alternative, is just to avoid the key. If it's at all possible. Okay, this, yeah, wasn't gonna work. Yeah, because if the bomb is in this state over here, yeah, I don't know if there's some kind of change we can make to what we're doing with the Wiggler stack. No, yeah. Fine door Kaizo configuration is a completely reliable anti-key check as far as you know. Yeah. So we should be thinking about how to avoid the key and figuring out how to get the bomb through in such a way that doesn't just kill wigglers. Maybe it's a soft drop in a particular position, like if we have a soft drop that's whoops, like down a particular column. It was sometimes or maybe no, I was trying to see if there's a way to get the bomb to bypass a wiggler if the wiggler is in a particular transition state. Like if this seems like the kind of thing that would be a Dr. Cliché mechanic, right? Where maybe there's a transitional state for the wiggler that's in a particular frame that would kill its overlap with the bomb, but I don't know what that would look like even if so. That's going to cut through. And that's partly because we're still... let's see. Up throw wouldn't solve it. Up throw would just cut it all the way down. And it would also take too long. So we're thinking that it's going to be an anti-key check. Then we need to think about how to bypass the wiggler while getting the bomb down there in time. Let's think about this for a moment. Does it matter if the wiggler's all facing right? Probably not. What if it's already in this state? So I'm trying to see if maybe there's some kind of overlap that I can get that would allow the wiggler to not obstruct a bomb drop. I don't know if we're thinking about this the right way at all, but yeah, because if you get the P-switch, I tried not holding it. I have tried not holding it. You mean the bomb? Yeah, because the spin kick doesn't hold it, right? Or you mean like a kick like this? Because that's just a light kick, and that's not doing anything different. I'm wondering if there's a particular overlap position that lets it bypass the wiggler. Or if there's something like the transitional state. Because it is the top one holding the key, right? Yeah, it should be. I mean, how obscure is obscure? All three have keys. Okay, yeah, but I didn't realize it because there's only one key door, so you only spawn one key. So we're looking for some particular bomb interaction then. I don't know how well I can figure it out. Oh yeah, I can see that they're dropping keys now. obscure enough that you've never seen the tech in another level, you may have to tell me what it is then. It makes sense when you think about it. It's not going to bypass. When Mario kicks or throws the bomb, it kills things. So you basically needed the sort of agency behind the activation of the bomb to be something else. Similar to some other bomb interactions we've seen, or some other shell interactions for that matter. But there's no walk-off or something that we can do, right? Like, there's... Let me think about this. So we need something else to send a bomb through to the lower location. When Mario kicks or drops or throws the bomb, it kills things. What other interaction do we have with it, though? Because I'm trying to think about... Yeah, we've done some, you know, remote activation type puzzles before. Let's think about this. We will need to log off after those one, incidentally, I think. But, try to see what happens. You caused the ground to give this final impetus to the bomb. See a blaster here. Because if the bomb is walking, how would we do something to displace ground? Curious. How do you get a fire flower? Why would we get a fire flower? I'll still need to go down there, though. Maybe some kind of deflection? Like some kind of wall deflection, or... That doesn't make sense, though, because Mario would still be the one activating it. Now let's stop the ground first. Drop the bomb while moving quickly to the right. Like if it has ground momentum. Not seeing it. Oh, it's like a soft drop. Oh, I see, because then it's not in the thrown state. Yeah. Like if you do a corner drop, like, well, without bumping it. But you need to not bump it on the way, so I'll drop it further up the arc. Further up the arc. Now, the problem is I'm still falling into it. So I need to jump on the way over, perhaps. Yeah, I'm falling too quickly, so let's hold jump into that. Like that little bounce there, right? like that. I have to think like a Kaizo player with holding jump while releasing the grab on the drop over here. I can see why this has never been used in another level if it's just remarkably difficult to signal. Whoops. Where you need a very accurate corner drop. Oops. Almost. So we want a corner drop like that. Maybe with a bit more rightward movement. Yeah, I'm trying to move to the right, but I'm trying to move to the right without bouncing into it, which is tricky. Almost. Oh, yeah, you see? Keep falling into... Yeah, I think I should probably jump over, but not over like that. I can't believe that works. But, you know, the things we learn. Also, you still need to avoid the mushroom, though, because otherwise you can't go through the top slot. So we actually still need to watch the timing. I can't believe you're still making me have an exact timing after putting in this work. Whoops. Similar timing to previously, though. Activated 95. Got it. Oh, I nearly jumped into that block just now. That would have been a bad way to go. Yeah, I wish I could stay much longer today, just given that we actually have a big audience. You suspect all of that still works in Maker 2. Interesting. Yeah, we have to check it, because maybe it could even crack some puzzles that we hadn't really managed to bypass previously. I'm trying to see if I have one easy one I could deal in or something, but I think we will have to probably call it for today, which, again, you know, every time I play Maker 1, I just want to keep going and going, but maybe I can grab one more thing. I'm trying to see if I have like an easy code that I can get through quickly. That's something to show off. I don't remember to clear it in this one. I'm going to show off one, and we'll end with it. This should be short. This is a code I've had sitting around for ages and ages. I did play it originally. And let's see if I can punch it in. I don't remember to clear right on this, actually. I haven't looked at it in years. But yeah, very popular level. You'll probably recognize it if you've seen it. The maker, I think, goes by like Limousine or something. I was hoping to run his profile, but we just never found a time. But I still want to show off this level, which I played recently enough within the last 5 years that I still have my flag and star in it. And so the title translates to something like Mobius's Tower or something. Merlin, welcome. Yeah, Merlin, just so you know, after Maker 1 closes, I am planning to do a whole series of Maker 2 Super Worlds, so we'll discuss a time for yours at some point later this month, I think. But happy playtesting. So yeah, this is something called like Tower of Mobius or something. It'll be very obvious why it's called that when you see how it actually works. But it made a huge impression on me when I first saw it, and we'll probably finish on this one today. And Lucas says that the tech in the previous level still works in Maker 1, yeah. I guess we should expect that to do something. So, this is the horizontal screen wrap level. I remember talking about this back when I think Supernova made his cylindrical screen wrap level. But the idea is that you get the Goomba to walk off. And look at that, because off-screen there's a matching Goomba that follows the same kind of layout, you follow it down here, and then it's kind of like creating the illusion that the Goomba is falling off the top. Same with this one here, with the platform, where we lead it down and wait until the platform is available to lead it down further. Then there's a matching one below. You can kind of see the wing on it, so the illusion isn't completely concealed, but basically we want it to eventually, if it could kindly hop up, then we're going to send this up this way. Yeah, so the illusion is just barely within view, of course, it's doubled on the top and bottom, but you can still think of it like a screen wrap. So, Mole comes down here, and bounces, and bounces. We can lead it down. And yeah, we can see where its matching position is. So we just read both sides of the level, visually speaking, and then we're able to dunk the P-switch. Eventually, we need to let it down one level first. And then we dunk it. So this is one of those levels where eye tracking actually would be very helpful. I have a bit of a mushroom check over here. And then P-switch is going to send the chomp down. We'll do a little chomp chase, where it'll come down at the top. And then we let it come down again. And then we need to send the thwomp over to P-switch, and it'll be chomp chase part 2. This goes down. And then after the P-switch expiry, all those chomps are going to come down very quickly, as we expected. And then through the gate we go until I guess, yeah, everything's just going to cut down. And that's all this managed to cram in here almost. There's a subworld. I actually totally forgot there was a subworld. Yeah, because I was thinking, oh, I remember this level being longer. Yep, and then we need to, of course, watch out for our head here. Should have gotten that fire flower. Yeah, so reading the bottom part tells you where to watch your head on the top part. Whoops. That includes reading the Potaboo. Have to remember to go left at checkpoint. So yeah, we can get the fire flower. That makes things a little bit easier. And then that means we can take out the Spinies as well. And then we need to watch fire over here as it comes down on the track. Oh. And then we'll let the Muncher Cloud smash up a couple of things here. It's going to be camera dependent, so it's going to be a totally regular timing. And we'll send it down. And then this reminds me of something, but you don't know what. Yeah, I've seen a couple of cylindrical type levels, and like there's one Pink Birdo puzzle that we did that was a cylindrical screen wrap in Maker 1 here, and we also had memorably a supernova platforming level that was similar to this in Maker 2. Yeah, I've had this level sort of in my notes forever and ever. And we'll... pretty easy going at this moment though, until we have something come down this way. There we go. And that's the finish. Right on the axe. Okay, unfortunately that's all we have time for today. But yeah, I spent entirely too long on the crouch jump level earlier, but it's an experience I'm glad we had once. And we're going to close out from here, so. Once again, thanks for all of the level suggestions today, all of the viewer level submissions effectively, and all of the things that we learned about the game. And there will be hopefully lots more through the week. I'll be on as often as I can be for the rest of the week, because every day squandered at this point feels like a great loss to our Maker 1 experience. Once again, especially big thanks to the Kiichi raid earlier that kept our viewer numbers so heavily inflated throughout the day, and we're going to pass on the favor to somebody else in just a moment. Probably someone in the Maker 1 category if there's anyone, but we'll find out who in just a second. I think I might be the only one active in Maker 1 right now, which is usually the case in this time, so we'll find something else. Regardless, thanks for watching. If you have a Maker 1 recommendations to send me, please do share either on a future stream or on the Discord. We've got a giant pile of codes regardless, so it's okay if you've got nothing to show me. I've got plenty of things to show you. Until next time, have a wonderful day ahead of you. And until our next destination, which I already have in mind, have a great time with the remaining days of Maker 1, or if you prefer, Maker 2. And above all, fare thee well.